The gas station grew from the mist as I approached, the lights blooming in the fog as it materialized. The opening chords to Queen's Somebody to Love floated from the radio, and I turned it off. I left the nozzle in the tank and walked into the ammonia-soaked box that made up the main building. The clerk was reading a magazine behind the desk. He didn't look up at the ringing of the bell mounted on the door or even at my picking up 2 Kit Kats. It wasn't until I laid them on the counter that his dark, lazy gaze swept up to me. "Is that it?" he asked. "Yeah, I paid for the gas at the pump." He nodded and rung the bars up. $3.89. I laid a 5 on the counter. Most of the paint was gone from money sliding back and forth. The man settled back on his stool as he handed me my change. "Where you headed, fella?" He asked it casually, but I felt he probably knew the answer. "New River." He nodded slowly. "Not much up that way anymore. Visiting someone?" "No, I'm doing a study." "On the preacher house?" It wasn't a question, but I nodded. He looked out the window, his jaw moving like he was chewing on his words. The rain beat down gentle on the aluminum roof, undercutting the pop music with a gentle tapping noise. "Yeah. What about it?" "I'd wait till the rain let up, if I was you." I cocked my head. "Why?" His jaw made that same movement again, and I wondered what battle was going on in his head as he slid his hands into his hoodie pocket. "I just would." He looked me up and down. "People up there won't be happy to see you. Your type." I adjusted my glasses, knowing the answer before I asked. "My type." He chewed the words. "You know what I mean." "I do. I'm doing a thesis project on the house." He shuffled his feet. "You're gonna think I'm stupid, man, but take some advice. Don't go up there." "I've heard the stories," I reassured him. He looked at me, and his face changed from apprehension to something resembling pity. I extended my hand over the counter. "My name's Josh." He shook it with a hand much more calloused than mine. "Renard?" "What an interesting name. It's nice to meet you, Renard." He nodded. Everything about the man could be described as quiet. All of his movements were small and slow. His t-shirt and jeans were earthy, somber colors. Even his eyes were a muted shade of green. "If you really need to, tell them you talked to me, but only if you really, and I mean really, need to. Like if someone starts giving you trouble or something, I'll have a whole mess of trouble if people find out I'm talking to you." I hesitated for a moment. Will they? Give me trouble, I mean. "Probably not. Nobody ever goes up there, especially not in the rain. Down here, though, well..." "Why not the rain?" I asked. Instead of answering, he glanced at the ring on my finger. I wondered if I was going to have to go through this song and dance yet again. "She's dead," I said flatly. After a moment, he answered, "I expected as much." I cocked my head questioningly. "Have a nice day," he said, picking up his magazine again. Back in the car, I pulled my tape recorder from my bag and flicked on the record switch. It wasn't for serious notes, but more for general themes and feelings. The professor had recommended it to help us keep track of our feelings and ideas as we collected the materials for our thesis. Met a man in the gas station on the edge of... I looked around, trying to figure out what to call it. The general area. He asked where I was going and tried to dissuade me from it. He gave me his name as Renard and said to use it if anyone gives me any trouble. He also told me that they wouldn't be happy to see my type. I flicked the recorder off, then, after a moment, back on. It's hard to imagine this place ever being sunny. "Since it's October," said the professor, "I decided we'd focus on some of the darker aspects of folklore. I know you've all been surely enjoying learning all about quilting, but we'll take a break from that wonderful subject to do a little, something a bit more spooky." He bounced on the word spooky. Dr. James had a way of lecturing where he would often put his hands behind his back and lean or bend in time with his lectures, occasionally bouncing up a little to punctuate the end of sentences here and there. He was in rare form that day. "Rather than focus on the largest examples that you all know and have surely heard about 1,000 times, I thought it'd be interesting to give you some less well-known examples of spooky folklore." The Preacher House was the third, after a haunted bridge somewhere in Ohio and a goat man somewhere in Tennessee. The third was also in Tennessee, and the PowerPoint showed a yellowed photograph picturing the brick foundation of a home, with 3 walls still partially standing and the chimney still jutting into the air. Now, the Preacher House is a little-known ruin set up in the hills. It's not too south from here, actually. The problem is, well, he smiled and swiveled to face the class, very pleased with himself. Well, we know very little about it. The first mention of it was recorded from the Folk Studies Department at the University of Tennessee in Knoxville, but there was no mention of how old the original building was, or what, exactly, was supposed to be wrong with the place. Tourists were warned away from it, but as it's close to Highway 116, it's been difficult to keep people away from the place. He changed a slide, and there was a general shuffling as every person in the lecture hall shifted in their chair to lean forward. The new slide pictured a large underground structure with murals painted on the walls, though the photos were so grainy and yellowed with age that it was hard to see what exactly the murals were supposed to be depicting. Ah, now you see the interesting part. When a group of students from the university went to investigate it some 20 years ago, they found a hatch leading beneath the old house and a large cave cut into the hillside with these murals painted on them. They had planned to do more testing, but, and this was when I myself was still in middle school, mind you, supposedly they were contacted by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation and told that it was some type of crime scene that needed to be investigated and that they needed to stop. All of that, naturally, has combined together to leave us with a very spooky, he bounced on the word again, mystery surrounding these old ruins that, at least according to locals, no one is supposed to ever go near. Cedar Creek didn't materialize out of the mist like the gas station, but instead spread out below when I crested a hill like rooftops afloat in a sea of lazy mist. The Preacher House was on the other side of town, and as I drove through the wet, quiet streets, I looked at the decaying town. If broken, boarded-up windows had been in vogue, then Cedar Creek would have been the pinnacle of fashion. But as it were, a quiet, proud desperation slunk between the buildings and crossed the cracked streets, somehow more tangible even than the mist or the rain. I stopped at a red light beside a diner that probably had dirt in the grout that was older than me, and tried to ignore all the pale, sunken faces in the windows watching my car. I still felt their eyes boring into me, long after I had left the town again and ascended once more into the hills. The Preacher House sat alone in a meadow, half a mile down a dirt road, backed sharply by a steep rise up to the mountains. Thin, wispy grass had grown waist-high around the fragments of wall, with only a single tree in what might be considered the house's yard. Wind sent ripples through the grass, always moving from the edges inward toward the house. Everything was a little grayer than the pictures, but I hardly noticed that at first, since my eye was drawn to something so out of place that it might have been comical if it didn't give off such a threatening feeling. In front of the house, some 10 feet from the closest fragment of wall, someone had sat an old stand payphone, the kind painted blue on the sides. I walked toward it slowly, with that familiar feeling of wondering if I might be the butt of someone's strange joke. Still, no camera crews jumped out of the bushes or anything as I reached it, and I picked up the phone, only to hear silence. Of course, I had expected silence, but I felt a strange sense of disappointment at it. I hung it back up on the receiver then, as an experiment, pushed the thing slightly. The thing was so top-heavy that, with only that slight push, it toppled over into the grass with a wet, metallic clanging noise. I looked around, still waiting for some kind of punchline, but all that came was a cold gust of wind. I pulled the recorder from my pocket and clicked the record button. Someone seems to have put, and I'm not joking here, a whole damned payphone up here. It's not connected to anything, and it doesn't work, but I can't imagine a reason for it being here. Even as a prank, it seems weird. I might ask around town about it. A whole damn payphone. Like, why? I stepped over the phone and walked up the small, weed-choked path to the remainder of the brick house that had once stood there, now no more than 3 pieces of wall and a chimney. I stepped through what had once been the door and wandered to the other side, where, I knew, the entrance lay to the more interesting part of the place. The door was like those that lead down to cellars set at an angle descending into the ground. The wood was warped, with large gaps between the boards, and seemed to be held together entirely by the thick iron band that encircled each of the doors. Both I and the door groaned together as I managed to haul the heavy thing up and past its center of gravity, where it swung back on its rusted hinges and, after a single bounce, lay still. Warm, thick air emanated from the open hole, smelling of wet earth and stone. The stairs that led downward weren't wood or even metal, but chiseled pieces of slate jammed into the earth. I pulled the small flashlight from my pocket and shined it down into the yawning tunnel, but there was only darkness, and nothing more. As I descended, the damp of the rain gave way and the air became softer and drier. Then, without any kind of forewarning, the stairs ended, leaving me standing at the exit to the tunnel's bottom, staring into a darkness that seemed thicker somehow, and almost alive. I turned the flashlight up and into what people referred to as the bunker, but the light just stretched off into more darkness, and I had to tread some ways before the beam reached the far wall. I experienced, then, one of those feelings that happens when, even though you're expecting something, it still manages to surprise you. It's rather like seeing the Grand Canyon. We've all seen pictures of it, and yet, seeing it in person still leaves you a bit breathless. The mural painted there was beautiful. That must be stated first. It wasn't some crude drawing, but a product of a hand that must have spent many, many years perfecting its craft. The painting showed a woodland scene, with a stream running through the center, with squirrels and foliage ridiculously detailed for their size, for the scene covered the whole 10-foot-high wall, leaving the squirrels in the foreground standing at some 2 or 3 feet tall. As my eyes adjusted, though, I saw the real reason for the preacher house's reputation. The dark, shadowy figures hiding between the trees, devoid of any kind of detail to humanize them. They were simply outlined voids that were vaguely human-shaped, painted gray and black, like someone had blocked them out to paint, but just never got around to finishing them. The ones in the background were maybe 2 feet tall, while the ones closest to the front of the painting would have stood at some 8 feet tall. I stared at one of them for a moment. I knew there were 2 other murals covering the walls to the left and right, and the realization that those murals too were populated with these featureless entities filled me with a sudden dread that left me with the urge to be anywhere, and I mean anywhere, else. I took a deep breath and waited for the feeling to pass before taking a cursory look at the other 2 murals. An island scene on the left, and a small farm at the foot of a large forest at the other. When I touched the wall, I found it didn't have the plasticky smooth feeling of acrylics, but still felt like plain rock, as if the rock itself had been dyed to create the murals rather than painted on. I noted my first impressions on the tape recorder. Finally, I added, walking back to the forest mural. One of the most curious effects of the paintings is that, between their detail and size and the sheer darkness down here, it's almost impossible to get a true measure on them. When I look left, I see something to the right I didn't see earlier, and when I look right to pay attention to that new thing, something in the left catches my eye again. It's such a strange trick of the eye. It creates this feeling of things appearing in the painting as you simply take in such a large amount of detail from so close up. The town's library was an old 2-story building sandwiched between and sharing walls with 2 apartments. The plaque outside told me that the building had apparently at one time been home to the town's newspaper, but didn't say much else. The librarian was an ancient-looking woman whose glasses were so thick they could have doubled as binoculars, and wore a perfume that smelled of wilted lavender. The library itself had only front windows, and the only light inside the place was the librarian's desk lamp illuminating some old ledger that she looked up from to glare at me. "Can I help you?" she asked. "Yes. Hi. I'm looking for anything you have on the Preacher House." I didn't know until that moment that an empty library could grow somehow more silent, and yet it did. The rain even seemed to slacken, like it decided it would take a stroll down the street and come back after all this unpleasantness was over. "Well, which preacher? Preacher Hancock's place? Preacher Campbell? Or we got Preacher Gamble's house over on—" No, I said, holding up a hand and cutting her off. "I mean, the Preacher House." She'd well known what I meant the first time, and we both knew that. "Don't know the place," she said, turning her attention back to the ledger. "You have a nice day." "I'm just looking for any records about when it was built or who its owners might have been, or anything like that." Her only answer was to continue staring pointedly at the ledger. "Please, I'm not looking to cause trouble or anything. I promise." She still didn't look up. I sighed and turned to leave, but I only got a step before I remembered something. It wasn't exactly an emergency or anything, and it seemed a long shot, but I didn't really have much to lose at this point. I turned back to the desk. "Renard told me it was okay." She didn't move for a moment, but her jaw worked furiously as she ground her teeth. When she did look up, it was an angry acceptance rather than any kind of helpfulness. She pushed back from the table with alarming agility for someone so old, and marched off into the gloom, muttering something that sounded angry. The sound of it moved through the shelves and up the old spiral staircase at the back of the place, then over my head before making its way back. In her hand, she held a battered old folio with a typed label that said, "Preacher Family Records." "You stay right here with it," she said pointedly. "You can sit at that table over there." A part of me wanted to joke, that she wouldn't be able to stop me if I wanted to take it with me. But something told me not only would she not find it funny, but it very well might be entirely wrong. I sat down at one of the long tables close to the windows and flicked on the desk lamp, then opened the folio. It took me some time to sort through the stack of documents. Most were yellowed and thin with age and carried a smell of dust and mold. Some were so frail I was afraid to handle them with anything other than my fingertips, lest they crumble. The documents trace the births and deaths of the preacher clan for just over 100 years, but detailed little else besides. The last record I found was a deed given to one Jedediah Preacher, dated 1890, in the general area of the preacher house. There was absolutely nothing regarding what led to its current state. I took the folio back up to the librarian and thanked her. She didn't even look up. I rented a motel room at a long one-story hotel wrapped around a parking lot, this one situated at a small dark bend on the road leading from town, surrounded by old-growth cedar trees. I walked in and turned on the lamp, only to find the television didn't work and the heater only had one setting. I pulled my chair into the door and sat there, moving it backward or forward when I got hot or cold. I sat and listened to the rain patter off the aluminum roof and the bed of crushed cedar needles. I stared into the dark woods, spinning my wedding ring on my finger and waiting. After my usual 2 hours of sleep, I woke with no idea what I was going to do next for my thesis, which is why I was more excited than disturbed when I found that someone had slipped a note under my door that read simply, "Cedar of Cedar Creek, verse Alton Bransbury." After a coffee, I made my way through the chilly, sprawling hallways of the courthouse until I found the records department and asked for the case. The archivist, a small old man with wire-rimmed spectacles much too large for his face, frowned heavily when I asked him, but nevertheless led me down to the archive's reading room at the end of a long yellowed hallway that smelled of ammonia and buzzed with the sound of failing fluorescent lights. The room itself was small and carpeted, with only an old steel table and chair inside. He brought me the folio and left silently. The case concerned one Alton Bransbury, a local shop clerk who, at least according to the records, burned the preacher house to its current state in November 1912. From the records, it seemed that the trial was less to determine whether or not Bransbury was guilty or not, since he'd been found standing beside the charred ruins with a can of gasoline and singe marks on his clothes, but more to determine whether he was mentally competent enough to actually be tried by the court. The state doctor that examined Bransbury ultimately wrote in a letter to the court that, while Bransbury doesn't carry the demeanor of a paranoiac or have many of the telltale signs of a nervous disorder, I still must declare him mentally incompetent, due in large part to his strange delusions of shadow men and the disturbing reason he gave for his actions. Those disturbing reasons were recorded later in the judge's written opinion after the verdict. Due to Mr. Bransbury's firm belief that the Preacher family homestead was inhabited by some kind of evil spirits, I must concur with the opinions of both the defendant's private doctor and the one supplied by the court, with that opinion being that Mr. Bransbury is not competent to stand trial or face punishment for his actions at this time. While one could be forgiven for mistaking Mr. Bransbury's capacity for lucidity from his easy manner and good speech, his accounts of what led him to ultimately set the fatal fire that killed the Preacher family point unquestionably toward an addled mind. Those accounts referencing shadowy figures standing outside his house that spoke to him with the voice of his recently deceased son. When he followed these figures, He ended up at the home of the preachers. This happened, according to him, for some months and led him to his ultimate pronouncement that this place was, in his words, cursed. Whether his condition is a result of the death of his son, some deficiency brought on by age, or a weak constitution, or some other cause, I truly believe that it would be a mistake to condemn a man so clearly divorced from the reality of his actions. There remains but the possibility of a post-cure trial, but I imagine he will remain a ward of the state for the rest of his days. Signed, Honorable Judge John Oppenheimer. While Mr. Bransbury's own statement was also included in the folio, I've elected to not include it here due to its, shall we say, opaque nature. The handwriting changes multiple times throughout the document, becoming nigh unreadable at times, and there are breaks between paragraphs that leave one with the feeling of having skipped several pages in a book that also changed languages while you weren't looking. And there, in that small little reading room at the back of a cold, clammy courthouse, was the first time I saw it. Perhaps it was an itch on the back of my neck, or something just barely caught through the corner of my eye, but I got this sense that something wasn't right. I looked up to see a dark figure standing just through the window set in the door. It didn't disappear, but stood there as I watched. I knew, as I still know, that even though the figure had no features and no eyes to speak of, that it was, nonetheless, watching me. I knew that it could see me just as well as I could see it. And we sat like that, me at the little desk in the little room, it standing in the doorway, watching each other in a silence so thick it might have been water and drowned us both. Strangely, that first time, I wasn't necessarily scared. No, it was more like my body was waiting for me to give it some cue. After some moments, the figure turned slowly and walked back down the long hallway before entering the shadows by the stairs and disappearing from sight. When it was gone, I took a deep breath and flicked on the recorder. Unsure of what to do next, I drove back to the gas station I'd encountered when I first drove in. Though the fog wasn't quite so bad as the day before, the station still seemed to materialize from it the second before I passed the turnoff. Not a soul was there but the clerk, the same one as before, reading a weathered old paperback while Hank Williams played on the speakers. He looked up when I walked in. "Hiya. Doing all right, Renard?" I asked. He shrugged and looked at me flatly. "Better than you, by the looks of it." The frankness of the reply caught me like a slap. "I look that bad, huh?" "You don't look good." I frowned at him. There was something about the clerk that looked intensely, well, maybe not old. Worn might be a better word for it. It was something in the eyes that gave them the impression of lights shining out from a deep cave. I wanted to ask you some questions if that's okay," I asked. "Why me?" "Well, if I'm honest, nobody else here really seems to want anything to do with me." "I told you they wouldn't." "I know, but why? I found out some about the house. I read the court records about that Bransbury guy burning it down. I haven't found anything about the bunker underneath, or even any mention of it so far. I was wondering if you could tell me what the locals say about it." He didn't seem at all surprised by the fact I'd read the court case, and I had suspicion that it was him who had slipped the piece of paper beneath my hotel door. "We don't go up there," he said. "That's what we say about it. We tell other people not to go up there." "But why? Has anything happened to people that go up there? I mean, someone has to go up there. Someone hauled a whole damn payphone up there. Renard sat his book on the counter and smoothed out the cover. He looked up at me, and the expression of sheer hopelessness that covered his face almost caused me to recoil. What's the point? You're not going to listen. And if you listen, you won't believe it. And if you believe it, you'll think it won't happen to you. Same thing all of you do when you come here. He rubbed his forehead with the tips of his fingers, pressing so hard it left red splotches on the skin. Just go home. For once. Just. He sighed. Just listen. I gave him a moment before I asked again, what happens to people at the preacher house? His fingers still pressed into his forehead. His face was entirely covered from view when he answered. They just don't come back. So they just vanish. He nodded. For a bit, there was only the sound of Hank Williams floating above us and the hum of the soda refrigerator. When he finally spoke, it was in a low voice, like he was afraid to let the words out into the world. When I was little, they told us stories whenever someone died. We were always told to ignore the voices in the woods. They'd gather all the kids up and tell us. Then they'd tell us again. Then they'd make us repeat it to them. Then repeat it again. And it happened every time someone died. The same message. Don't talk to them. Don't do what they say. What did they say? I asked him. Did you ever hear them? He looked out the gas station's windows towards the thick woods across the road, barely more than a dark splotch through the mist. I don't hear them. Sometimes they're out there, though. He pointed toward the road. I thought of the black figure I'd seen standing inside the courthouse. They attract people, he said, his voice growing even quieter, so I had to lean in to make out the words. I don't know how. People find out about the place, though, always when they're at their worst, and they come looking. He looked down, and I followed his gaze to my wedding ring. He looked back up, and the silent implication was clear. A large truck pulled into the station, belching black smoke from its tailpipe. You need to leave. People can't think I'm talking to you. But you told me to tell people I talked to you. I said only if you really, really needed to. I'd rather not have my tires slashed if I can help it. Thanks. Please go. The panic in his face told me that he was being serious, so I quickly laid $1 on the counter and walked out with a bag of chips and a Coke. The two men in the truck watched me sullenly. I waved at them, and one of them spit out the window. Later that night, I finally called my mom. Since the phones inside the rooms also didn't work, I used the payphone beside the office. She was glad to hear from me, and if I'm honest, I felt guilty for not calling her sooner. I could almost hear her nose wrinkling through the phone as she went. What on earth are you doing all the way down there? I'm writing my thesis on a house down here. It's a neat little place. Wouldn't put it past them to shoot you. You know how people are. You know, down there. Yeah, Mom. Have you decided what you're going to do with this master's degree now that you're about to have it? And just like that, the conversation traveled down a path worn smooth by so many comings and goings. I looked out into the rainy parking lot. The single street lamp in the middle barely stretched to the woods all around us, turning everything a slight shade of orange. Not yet, Mom. She sighed. I know, Mom. I'm not going to start.
I know better. You'll do what you'll do, and I've already made my feelings about this very clear."
I waited for the beat of silence that always followed before she continued.
"But I do wish you'd just come home and—"
She kept on, but her voice trailed off for me as I continued to look out at the parking lot and started to notice the dark shapes standing at the edges of the light, like outlines of tall people that hadn't been filled in. None of them moved, and I wasn't sure if they'd been standing there the whole time or had simply materialized from the dark mist like the gas station.
"Are you even listening to me?"
She snapped. "Sorry, Mom. Someone was telling me they needed to use the phone." There was an impatient huff.
"There's not even more than one phone at the hotel? What kind of Holiday Inn are you at?"
"I gotta go, Mom. He needs to use the phone."
"Well, just call me tomorrow if you can. I miss you, and your dad misses you, Josh. Gina's parents ask about you."
"I will." I hung up the phone before the conversation could reach the point where she started with the aphorisms. I walked to the edge of the covered awning that ran the length of the little motel and looked at the dark figures standing there. I took my phone from my pocket and slowly waved. They didn't wave back. I walked back to my room. Inside, I took my tape recorder from my pocket and clicked record, but instead of speaking into it, I laid it on the little table beside the bed and did my best to sleep. I spent the next day with that acerbic old woman poring over the library's collections, which consisted almost entirely of old journals, diaries, and handwritten store ledgers. While the ledgers were of little interest, even in a single day I found perhaps a dozen references recorded in various diaries, all following the pattern Renard described: a death followed by the voices. One woman recorded how glad she was that she didn't have kids after her husband's death because his voice outside her bedroom windows was almost too much for her, an adult, to bear, and she couldn't imagine a child being able to sit all night through such a thing. Another account from one Mrs. Lanesbury recorded that after the death of her newborn, she and her husband would cover their heads with pillows and blankets each night for weeks to smother the sound of crying coming from the woods. Perhaps the most chilling account I read occurred from a man whose wife and 2 children perished in a fire that consumed his farmhouse. While he stayed with his neighbors, the man and his host would hear the voices of his wife and children not outside the house, but above them in the house's attic. I recorded as many of them as I could in that day under the disapproving glances of that ancient crone until my back and neck hurt from bending over and my fingers cramped from writing. I stayed until she tapped me on the shoulder with a slimy smile perched on her face like a bat. "I'm afraid you'll have to leave," she said, with all the sorrow of a lottery winner. "Don't you know the library closes at 7? I blinked at her. If only there was someone that worked here who could have informed me. The bat that made up her smile ruffled its wings a bit as her eyes fell on my engagement ring. "I'm sure your wife must have the patience of a saint to tolerate your charming conversation every night." Everyone's patient when they're dead. There's a sick joy in seeing people backpedal when they realize they've just spoken ill of the dead. It's a distinct kind of shame that cows even the prickliest personality and sends most people into a stammering fit. I could see, even as I said it, that the old woman wasn't most people though, and I got the distinct impression as she stood there smiling at me that she had lost the capacity for shame long before I was even born. Whether she had lost it amidst the cutthroat business of small-town gossip and intrigue, or it had simply been slowly pressed from her by the weight of the years, I couldn't say. But she didn't waver a second before she replied, "Lucky her." For dinner, I stopped at a small rain-soaked diner close to the edge of town with those old-fashioned red stools at the bar. The place smelled of must and old fat and was unbearably warm despite the old windows. It was tinged slightly yellow from years of soaking up nicotine. The cook held an unlit cigar in his mouth that he swiveled from one side to the other like a pendulum. He didn't glare at me or scowl, but simply watched me out of the corner of his eye, turning between me and the old television in the corner, like he couldn't figure out which might be more entertaining. I plugged headphones into my tape recorder to listen to the recording of the night before, but the only noise was my own snoring. The longer I listened, the more of that feeling I felt. It was the same that I'd felt when I picked up that phone outside the preacher house, a sort of nervous apprehension, mixed with something like hope. Again, though, there was nothing, and the old cook gently sat the burger down at my table, with a sound no louder than the rain pattering down outside. I dipped a fry in ketchup and looked out the window, knowing already what I'd see. The parking lot was a cracked old thing with potholes that could swallow a child. The only light was a floodlight bolted to the front of the building, and at the edge of its reach, I saw them there again. Come on, I thought. Say something. Let me hear it. I turned to find the cook watching me intently with that same blank expression on his face, and I realized I'd been muttering the words I was thinking. I looked at him, looked pointedly at the figure standing in the rain, and then back at him. He raised a thick, calloused finger in front of his lips, then slowly shook his head. That night, I again sat the tape recorder beside my bed. The rain had slowed to a thin misting, but the air was so heavy and wet that the cold night soaked into my bones, and I couldn't get warm even in the heat of the room. I laid in the dark, shivering, until I heard the gentle knocks. There were 3 of them at a time, not fast or slow, not hard or gentle. They were just there. I threw the covers from my shivering legs and padded across to the door. I had the deadbolt engaged and the chain locked in its place. I placed my ear to the cold wood. "Gina?" I asked. The knocking ceased in the middle of a sequence. Again, that strange feeling of a dreadful kind of hope flooded my mind, and again, there was no reply. The only noise at all, besides the splat of rain dripping from the awning, was a kind of static noise that swelled and pulsed like a television in a power surge. I unlocked the deadbolt, thinking I might peek through the crack in the door allowed by the chain lock. I turned the knob, ready to crack the door open, when something stayed my hand. It was old fear, like the cedar trees were old growth. It was the feeling of facing something beyond my ken in every way, shape, and form, like a caveman watching an eclipse. It made my heart start to race, even as it made each beat painful. Instead of opening the door, I placed my palms against the wood and held it fast, bracing against a push that never came. The knocking never resumed, and when I finally gathered the courage to peek through the window, there was once again nothing. I walked outside, but there was no voice or ghostly laughter. There was nothing but the rain and the hum of the street lamp. There were no marks on the ground and no people about. even the figures at the edge of the woods were gone. That was when I felt something wet on my cheek and found that, to my surprise, I was crying. The next morning, I awoke to find another note, this one taped to my hotel door. It read, "Mr. Hollins, we're afraid that due to complaints from other guests, we're unable to accommodate you any longer. Please vacate by the usual check-out time. We're sorry for any inconvenience this may cause. In other words, since you can't leave shit alone, get out." I was already planning on leaving that day, but it never feels good to be kicked out of somewhere. The lady at the front desk wouldn't even look at me while she checked me out. Hell, she didn't even speak. She just meekly reached for my key and gave me a receipt. Then again, maybe I'm being paranoid. Maybe she just had some really interesting shoes. While I loaded my bags back into the car, I noticed something that sent a different kind of shiver down my spine. I just slammed the trunk and turned around to stretch my back when I noticed that, out of about 11 rooms in the hotel, 6 of them had people in the windows, actual people with actual human features, all watching me. They didn't look particularly angry or scared, but they had a back the way you came look. It wasn't exactly angry, but it's the look you get when you get lost on a country road and have to stop and ask for directions. Where's Interstate 10? Back the way you came. Where can I find a payphone? Back the way you came. I drove away from the old hotel. The clouds were finally beginning to break, and a morning sky was peeking out blue from between them. It was only late morning, but was already warm enough for me to roll the windows down, one of the last warm days of autumn. It amazed me how different the place looked in the sunshine. The houses were still old, with peeling paint and dark windows, but in the sun, they did have a lazy, comfortable kind of charm to them. That charm pervaded the whole town as I drove through. Old brick always looks warm in the sunlight, and despite boarded-up windows and the uneven streets, I found myself driving slower to savor the trip through the town. As I ascended into the mountains once again, I was unsure whether everything I'd experienced might have been some dream, or maybe some weird mental break. Then again, though, monsters are always easy to laugh at in the sunshine. When I emerged from the little copse of trees that separated the preacher house from the road, I saw that someone, or something, had stood the payphone upright once again. There was still mud coating one side of it where I'd pushed it over. In the birdsong and the crisp rustling of dying leaves, I stood in front of it for a long moment, trying to decide just how much to indulge in a fantasy that I knew deep in my heart wouldn't help me. Then I picked up the phone. "Gina?" Nothing. I hung it back up and walked over to the stairs leading down to the so-called bunker. The door was still resting open on its hinges. The light didn't reach far down the steep stairs, but it reached far enough to just barely illuminate the dark figures standing inside. They watched me, and I watched them, and a silent invitation was exchanged. They knew what I wanted, and I knew what they wanted. They were smart enough to know that for others, the voice was the bait. They were smart enough to know that for me, it was the prize. I didn't take my eyes off them as I pulled the door closed, dropping it into place with the sound of rusted hinges and a loud bang. I walked back to the car, the birdsong still filling the quiet little clearing, and sat in my car for a long, long time, just crying. The final drive through town was slow, and I stopped for coffee at a little shop. The girl behind the counter asked if I was okay, and I told her I was. The gas station didn't materialize this time, but rolled up as I crested the hill. I waved out the window as I passed. I don't know if Renard saw. He was probably reading his book. He probably didn't even look up. I like to think he did. And he saw I listened to him. But then again, I've always been prone to flights of fancy.
My name is George Calder, and I've spent most of my life on the water. I wasn't born in anything special. My old man fished because his old man fished, and I followed them both because there wasn't much else to do in a town where the sea touched everything. I learned early how to mend a net, how to keep a hook sharp, and how to tell when the clouds meant trouble. Most people learn their letters in school. I learned the way weather changes its mind. I worked the boats from the time I was big enough to coil a rope without tripping over it. It wasn't a romantic life. Anyone who tells you otherwise hasn't spent a dawn with cold spray hitting the cuts on their hands. But it was a life that made sense. You work, you sweat, you eat, you sleep. You pull something from the sea, and the sea lets you keep it. I never stayed in one place for too long. Some ports were friendly, some weren't. Some crews talked too much, some barely at all. I kept mostly to myself. For a while, I worked the long-line boats out on the cold, open routes. Hard men, longer days. The kind of work that shakes the bones loose in your back if you stand wrong. After that, I tried the smaller charters, the kind where tourists want pictures of the fish more than the fish themselves. They paid well enough, but that life made me feel, like a prop. I wanted real work, not to smile for a bunch of strangers. So when I saw an angling job posted in a regional paper, I didn't think twice. It was straightforward. A small fishing community off the coast, steady pay, a need for experienced hands. I figured I'd take it for a year, maybe two, build some savings, and see what came next. I packed light. Few shirts, one jacket, my knife, the habits of a man who expects to keep moving. The trip out wasn't supposed to be complicated. The weather that week looked clean on the charts. I left the mainland with supplies, a patched-up boat of my own, and enough fuel to reach the island with time to spare. For most of the day, the weather was calm. Few seabirds overhead, normal winds. Nothing strange at all. The storm rolled in faster than anything I'd seen. One moment the horizon was clear, the next it was gone behind a curtain of rain. In my line of work, you get used to sudden turns in the weather, but this one hit like it'd been waiting for me. The waves lifted my boat higher than felt reasonable. Each impact rattled the boards under my boots. I kept the wheel steady and tried to ride it out, but the light was failing and the rocks around the coast weren't marked on any chart I carried. When the hull struck something solid, the sound went straight through the boat. It wasn't a scrape or even a split. It was a single violent impact that knocked me off balance. Cold water surged in before I had time to brace myself. I tried to check the damage, but another wave came down hard and the world tipped sideways. I remember the taste of salt, the weight of wet clothes, my hands reaching for anything that would float. And then nothing for a long while. Waking up later in a place I didn't recognize wasn't part of the plan. Neither was losing my boat or finding out something had taken a chunk clean out of it. But life rarely asks what you're prepared for. It just hands you the next situation and waits to see what you'll do with it. That's how I ended up here, on Redstone Isle, with only my name, my skills, and the hope that steady work might still be waiting somewhere on the docks. I didn't arrive clean or proud or ready. I arrived because the sea decided to spit me out instead of swallowing me whole. And that's where everything truly began. My first days on Redstone Isle were slow, mostly because no one explained anything outright. People here speak in pieces, like they expect you to already know how things work. I learned most of it by listening and asking the same question twice until somebody finally gave me a full answer. The island, it's got two towns, Big Red and Little Red. They sit close to each other, separated by a short stretch of water that looks harmless until the weather changes. Big Red is where I ended up. It feels like time stopped moving somewhere around the early 1900s. The buildings are old wood. The roads are dirt and gravel. Horses pull supply carts. Generators run on coal. There's radios, but they only pick up a few stations. Cell phones don't work here at all. You can bring one, but it'll stay in your pocket the entire time as dead weight. Big Red sits on the docks, and most people here work with boats in one way or another. Some fish, some repair engines, some haul crates. Everything depends on the sea. Little Red is quieter, mostly homes and a few storage yards, along with a small fish processing station. It takes an hour to get there by ferry, or about half that if your boat has a good engine. The mayor of Big Red is Charles Rupert. He looks like a man who keeps polite habits. Clean clothes, a steady voice, always watching the person he's speaking to, making sure to look you in the eye. He stepped into power after the former mayor mysteriously disappeared. Yeah, people still talk about that. They say the old mayor was, for lack of a better word, a nut job. No one's told me the full story yet, and Charles doesn't bring it up. People here seem all too willing to let the past sit at the bottom of the water. Charles is the one who gave me my current boat. Used to belong to the town fishermen, who also disappeared. No one wanted to claim it, so he passed it to me with a condition that I would pay off the cost through fishing work. Let's just say it's not a small debt, and it forced me to stay put. Couldn't exactly argue with him, considering the fact that him and his men had to literally fish me out of the water. I was lucky he wasn't charging me for my medical bills. Then there's Julian. He runs the bar near the docks. He's small, keeps mostly to himself, and speaks in short sentences. But he's good friends with the dockmaster, which means he hears things before most people do. When my boat gets tugged in after a long day, or after some part gives out, Julian always has a cold beer waiting. Never asks me a lot of questions, which is exactly why I get along with him. My work here is nothing complicated. I fish, bring whatever I catch back into Big Red, and take the odd delivery over to Little Red when someone needs a box or a crate moved. I sleep in my boat because there's not much housing to go around, and I've learned to make do. Mornings on the dock are noisy, nights are quiet, and most of my time is spent fixing whatever decides to stop working that week. I pay my debt little by little, and I try to keep some kind of routine going. Most days pass without trouble. Some don't. Folks on this island have been dealing with strange things long before I ever showed up. And after a year here, I have seen enough to understand why everyone keeps an eye on the water. The stories I've got now aren't rumors or old sailor talk. They happened to me. And since I've been here over a year, I've collected more than a few stories. There are strange things in this town, and stranger mysteries waiting under the surface. If you're willing to listen, oh, I can tell you about them. Besides, the fog just rolled in. You're not going anywhere for a while. Pull up a seat. Julian will serve you in a bit. So where should I start? I guess I ought to begin with that first week. That's really where everything started, even if I didn't know it back then. Now, when I first came to, they kept me in a small clinic in Big Red, just long enough to make sure I wasn't about to keel over. After that, they sent me to the docks to meet the dock master and get settled into whatever job the mayor had lined up for me. I didn't own much anymore, not after the sea tore my old boat apart, so stepping onto a new deck felt strange, like walking into someone else's life. The boat they assigned me was old, but it wasn't falling apart. Apparently, it had belonged to the fishermen before me, the ones that had gone missing years before. The boards were worn smooth from years of work, and the hull had patches where the paint had peeled away. Still, when I knocked on the wood with my knuckles, it sounded solid, sturdy in its own way. The motor coughed when I tested it, like it was trying to clear its throat after a long sleep. I remember thinking it was going to give up on me before I made one trip, but the dockmaster just waved a hand and said it needed to warm up. I wasn't sure if that was true or if he just wanted the problem out of his sight. Anyway, he handed me a folded map right away. Said it would help me learn the routes. The thing looked like it'd been scribbled on by 3 different people over 3 different years. Some areas were circled, some crossed out, some marked with thick letters that read, "No Fish Zone." I asked what that meant, and he said it was for my own safety. Nothing more. He didn't explain why certain coves were blocked out, or why big red X's ran across places that looked like normal stretches of water. I didn't push him. At that point, I figured every fishing town had its own strange rules. When I moved into the boat that night, I tried to make it feel like mine. I hung my jacket on a hook, set my old mug near the tiny stove. I've always had a habit of brewing a cup of coffee at midnight, no matter where I am. Started years ago, mostly out of stubbornness. So I found the kettle, filled it up with water, and set it to heat. While I waited, I noticed one of the floorboards near the bunk sitting a little crooked. Not enough to trip on, just enough to be noticeable. I'm the type who fixes things as soon as I see them, so I crouched down and pressed on it. It gave way under my hand, loose at one corner. I grabbed a rusted flat tool from a drawer and pried it up. Underneath the board was a folded piece of paper, stiff at the edges from age. When I opened it, my eyebrows went up. It was the missing part of the map the dockmaster gave me earlier that morning. The torn edges matched perfectly, like they were 2 halves of one thing. Only this piece showed something new. There was a small island drawn about an hour east of Redstone, a narrow shape labeled Candle Cove. I'd never heard of Candle Cove, and no one had mentioned it to me. I held the 2 map pieces together, trying to picture why someone went through the trouble of ripping this section off, and why hide it under a floorboard. I didn't have answers, so I taped them together the best I could and set the full map aside. I figured I'd take a look at Candle Cove once I had a free hour or 2. Didn't seem dangerous, at least not on paper. Just another little island sitting off the main route. That first week went by smoother than I expected. I took the boat out early each morning, and thankfully the motor worked well enough once it warmed. The lines held, the nets behaved, and the sea felt calm. I caught plenty of cod and blue mackerel, which were the usual catches around here. Enough to start paying off the debt the mayor talked about. The town fishmonger looked pleased every time I walked in with a crate over my shoulder. He introduced himself as Simon, someone who, like myself, had taken on the family business. On one of those days, the sun was just setting when I went back to the fishmonger. The place smelled like salt and cold metal, the way every fish shop does. The old man was sorting through a stack of orders when he looked up at me. "You, George?" he asked, wiping his hands on a rag. "Yeah, that's me," I said. "Oh, good. Someone left a request for you. They're paying extra for squid delivered fresh by morning." He reached under the counter and pulled out a slip of paper. I raised an eyebrow at that. Squid wasn't part of my usual catch, and I didn't know the habits of the waters here yet. "Squid, huh? They run this close to the docks?" I asked. He shook his head. "Not during the day. They hide in the caves and the rocks when the sun's up. But they come out at night. You'll need to go out after dark if you want 'em." I should have thought longer before answering. A smarter man might have asked a few more questions. But I needed the money, and the job sounded simple, so I nodded. "Yeah, sure, I'll take it," I said. He slipped me the paper. "Good. Just bring in whatever you catch. Doesn't have to be much. They just want squid, and they want it by morning." I still remember walking out of that shop, thinking it would be an easy job, maybe even an interesting one. I didn't know it yet, but that small decision changed the shape of my life on Redstone Isle. If I'd said no, maybe things would have gone differently. Maybe not. Either way, that night run for squid was the first step into everything that came after. When I headed out that night for squid, the water was calm enough. The moon gave off a soft light, just enough to see the rocks and darker stretches where the squid usually hid. I didn't know the good spots yet, so I drifted along the outer edges of Big Red, letting the boat move at a slow pace while I worked the lines. Night fishing feels different from day fishing. During the day, you can see the way the sea changes. At night, you depend on sound and the way the boat moves under your feet. The squid came quick, more than I expected. I pulled them in one after another, neat little arrow squid with long tapered bodies. They were lively. Along with them, I snagged a couple of cod that must have wandered close to where the squid were hiding. It was good money for one night. I remember thinking the fishmonger would be pleased, and that maybe this extra job was going to be easier than I thought. For a long while, everything went smooth. I kept the lantern low and the bucket open. I settled into the rhythm of casting, pulling, sorting, and moving along the rocks. It must have been past 2 a.m. when something hit the line harder than anything else that night. The boat jerked just a little, enough to let me know it wasn't a small catch. I braced myself and pulled. Whatever was on the other end didn't fight like a cod or a regular squid. It felt uneven, as if it didn't know whether to resist or let itself be dragged in. When it finally broke the surface and flopped onto the deck, I took a step back. It looked like an arrow squid, but only in the roughest sense. Its body was wider, shaped around a gelatin-like sack that shimmered in the lantern light. Inside the sack, a bright green core glowed in a steady pulse. Around it were smaller cores that didn't move, almost like seeds waiting for something. Long tentacles sprouted from the main body, twitching in short bursts, like they were trying to figure out what they were. It was glowing green, and I had never seen anything like it. The green light kept pulsing, slow but steady. I didn't want it crawling around my boat, and I didn't know if it was dangerous, so I grabbed the nearest thing I could use, my knife, and I stabbed the center of its body. The blade went in clean, and the creature let out a wet, heavy sound as a thick black ooze poured out. The green glow dimmed, then faded until the whole thing lay still. The tentacle stopped moving, and whatever life it had was gone. After a moment of quiet, I nudged it with my boot to be sure. When it didn't react, I lifted it with both hands and dropped it into the bucket with the rest of the catch. I told myself it was still a squid, just a different kind, and if it wasn't dangerous now, maybe it wouldn't matter later. But I couldn't forget about how weird it looked, and I thought about it the entire way back. By the time I got back to Big Red, the sun hadn't come up yet. I hauled the catch into the fishmonger's shop. He was already awake, sorting trays. When he saw the bucket, He gave a short nod, but that changed when he reached in and pulled out the mutated squid. His eyebrows rose. "Well now, don't see those often." "You know what that is?" I asked. He sliced the body open with a sharp knife, letting the last of the black ooze spill onto the table. "The town calls these aberrations. They're just fish, or at least they used to be. Something out there in the dark changes them. We don't know how. We just know they fetch a higher price," he said. And he wasn't joking. He offered me more for that squid than the entire bucket of regular catches combined. "If you find more like this, your debt will shrink real fast. Folks in Little Red pay good money for 'em. They claim the meat has something special to it. I don't ask questions," he said. I looked at the cut-open creature. It still looked like something out of place, like a mistake the sea didn't bother to hide. The fishmonger kept talking. "Be careful, though. Most of these turn up at night, and once the fog rolls in, hard to keep your wits about you. More than a few boats have gone missing because of it. Some people think the fog brings them in closer. Others think it hides something." He shrugged, as if losing boats was just something that happened. I carried my pay out of the shop, not knowing how to feel. On one hand, I needed the money. I needed to pay off that boat so I could choose my own life again. On the other hand, catching things that glowed from the inside wasn't exactly part of my job description. But I told myself I'd take what came. If mutated fish were going to pay down my debt faster, then that is the work I would do. I didn't have many choices at the time. When I got back to my boat that morning, the sun was just starting to color the town. The docks were empty. Everyone else was asleep or getting ready for the day. As I stepped out of my boat, something caught my eye. A small scrap of parchment was taped to the side of the hull. The edges were rough, torn from something older. In the middle was a circle drawn around Candle Cove, the little island I'd seen on the hidden map piece. Under the circle, someone had written, "Don't fish here after dark." It was signed with just one letter, M. I didn't know anyone named M. I didn't know why they left the note, or how they knew I had a reason to look toward Candle Cove. But I stood there for a long minute, holding that note, wondering who was watching me. Everything that happened stayed in my mind for days, even when I tried not to think about it. But work doesn't stop because something feels strange, and I had a debt to pay. The next few days turned into long nights on the water. The squid job had brought in good money, so I figured I'd keep going out after dark. I wasn't sure if it was wise, but the fishmonger made it clear that these things they called aberrations would pay off my boat faster than anything else. And once you get a taste of progress, it's hard to let it go. So I kept fishing. Some nights were quiet, others were not. I started catching more mutated fish without even trying. At first, it was just one or two mixed in with normal fish. Then the numbers went up, little by little, until pulling up something strange didn't shock me as much as it should have. That bothered me, but I shrugged it off. Since no one in town kept detailed records, I decided to do it myself. I bought a small notebook from the general store and turned it into my own fishing journal. I wrote down dates, weather conditions, and what route I took. I made notes about each strange fish I caught, and I sketched them the best I could. I'm not an artist, but I can draw shapes well enough to recognize them later. One night, I hauled in a cod that didn't look like any cod I'd ever seen. It had one large eye sitting dead in the center of its forehead, and the eye had grown so big that it pushed down on the mouth and stretched the head into a warped shape. I wrote it in my journal. All-seeing cod, has one cyclops-like eye, but not the mind to process what it sees. The next night, I caught another strange thing, this time a mackerel with 3 heads. All 3 moved at once, but never in harmony. When one tried to twist, the other 2 seemed to fight against it. I wrote, 3-headed mackerel. 3 heads struggle in unison. Looking back, I probably should have been more worried. It isn't normal for fish to grow extra heads or giant eyes or glowing cores. But here on Redstone Isle, normal didn't seem to matter much. The people acted like this was just something the sea did from time to time. Most nights I fished from dusk until dawn. By the time I got back to the docks, the sky would be lightening and the town would start waking up. I'd drop off my catch, clean myself up a little, and then wander into Julian's bar while everyone else was getting ready for their day. I'd sit on the same stool, half asleep, while he poured me a cold drink. "You look worse every morning," he told me once. "That's how you know I'm working," I said. He cracked a small smile. That was a big reaction for Julian. Over the next few days, I kept hearing bits and pieces about the disappearances around this island. People didn't like talking about it, but every now and then I'd catch a word or two. Someone's cousin never came back from a night run. A fisherman vanished outside Little Red. A crew went out, but only one man returned, and he refused to speak for a week. Finally, after hearing enough fragments, I decided to ask Julian directly. "Why have people been going missing here? I've heard enough rumors to know something's wrong," I asked one early morning while he wiped down the counter. He froze for a second, cloth in hand. "Yeah, it's old business. Most people don't like bringing it up." "I'm not most people," I said. He sighed and leaned on the bar. "All right, fine. Don't say I didn't warn you." He told me about the former mayor, the one who came before Charles, a man named Rowan. I never heard the name until that moment. According to Julian, Rowan wasn't a bad man, but he was curious. Too curious, some would say. One year, after a storm dragged several boats toward the rocks near Candle Cove, a salvage crew went out to see what they could recover. Most of the wreckage was ruined, but something survived. A book. That thing shouldn't have lasted a night in the sea. But there it was, red and silver, not a tear on it, Julian said. He said the book bore the crest of the first settlers who lived on Redstone Isle, long before the town split into Big Red and Little Red. The symbol was old, older than anything still standing on the island, and that alone made people wary. Some of the fishermen begged Rowan to throw it back, said it felt wrong, said nothing good comes from pulling something like that out of a wreck, Julian said. He said that after Rowan brought the book home, the disappearances began almost immediately. It started with the fog. Not the usual kind that drifts in from the sea and clears when the sun rises. This one was different. Thick enough that you couldn't see past your own hand if you stretched it out in front of you. People said it settled over Redstone Isle like a blanket. Slow at first, then all at once. Boats stopped venturing far because no one could trust their sense of direction. Even the lamps on the docks barely cut through it. And the worst part was that it didn't clear. Not the next day, not the day after. It stayed. Folks waited for a shift in the weather, but it never came. Days passed, and the fog became part of life, something you lived with, even when you didn't want to. A few weeks later came the commotion at the old mayor's house. Julian said he remembered the shouting first. People ran out of their houses thinking someone was hurt, only to see Rowan standing on the balcony, the one that faced the ocean. He was throwing things over the railing. Not small items either. He tossed out a chair first, then a framed painting, then boxes, then jewelry. anything he could drag outside. Some of the townsfolk tried to stop him, but he kept going, yelling the same thing over and over. "Give it back! Give it back!" His voice carried all the way down the street. Even people near the docks said they heard him. No one knew who he was talking to or what he thought he'd lost, but no one forgot how he looked that day. Strained and wild-eyed, like a man who'd seen something he couldn't put into words. And a few days after that, Rowan disappeared. Nobody saw him pack or leave. He was just gone. His family, a wife and a young son, left town the next morning. Some say they were frightened. Others say they knew more than they let on. Whatever the truth was, they never came back. Their house stayed empty for months until Charles eventually took over the mayor's duties. Julian leaned in when he told me the next part, even though the bar was empty that early in the morning. He said the disappearances didn't stop with Rowan. They grew worse. People vanished after dark. Children, especially, which was why every door in Big Red and Little Red had heavy locks now. Along with the missing people came the first sightings of aberrations, strange fish washing up on the shore or caught in nets, mutations no one could explain, fish with too many eyes, fish with none at all, fish with twisted bones or bodies made of clear jelly. People became suspicious of the ocean, then of each other. No one said it aloud, but everyone acted differently once the fog settled in. They watched the water like it could reach up and take something from them. They whispered about tides that didn't behave the way tides normally do. They didn't trust strangers, they didn't trust their neighbors, and yet everyone still depended on fishing to survive. And ever so slowly, the mutations got their own name, aberration, and started fetching a much higher price than the regular fish. That was the part that stuck with me. You'd think people would flee from a place where things kept going wrong. Instead, they adapted. They built routines. They followed unwritten rules. They looked for ways to keep themselves safe without leaving the island. Life didn't stop. It just changed. When Julian finished talking, he was shining a cloudy glass with the eyes of a man who got too little sleep and had too many thoughts. "And that's how it's been for years now," he said. I sat there at the bar for a long moment, letting it settle. The fog, the missing children, the mutated fish, Rowan's breakdown, the abandoned house, Candle Cove. Every part of the story pointed in the same direction. Every thread led back to the same place. And I kept thinking about that torn map under my floorboard, and the note someone taped to my hall, and the letter M. By the time Julian stepped away to clean glasses, I'd already made up my mind. I'd been hearing the name Candle Cove ever since the day I arrived, in warnings and rumors, and half-finished sentences people didn't want to complete. If something had started there, then maybe it was time to see it for myself. I leaned back on the bar stool, finished the last sip in my glass, and told myself the decision was final. The next morning, I was heading to Candle Cove. Over the next day, I asked around as casually as I could. People didn't like talking about the cove, but if you approach a topic from enough angles, someone eventually slips. From what I gathered, Candle Cove was always the last stop for the fishermen who went missing. They weren't supposed to fish there after dark, but even during the day, the place had a strange pull. Something about the reefs or the old shipwrecks. Some said it was cursed, some said it was blessed. Most just told me to stay clear of it, and left it at that. The dockmaster never mentioned Candle Cove directly, but I noticed he kept routes drawn around it, as if the place were a hole in the map no one wanted to acknowledge. That only made me more curious. I figured if I could map it myself or find something worth salvaging, maybe I could trade the information for a big cut on my debt. The town used scavenged parts all the time. Shipwreck steel, driftwood, ropes that washed ashore. If Candle Cove really held pieces of old vessels, that could mean money. And then there was the note from M. Don't fish here after dark. I didn't know who M was, but someone out there cared enough to leave me a warning. That made the cove feel even more important. If it was dangerous, I needed to see why. If it held answers about the mutations or about the last fisherman who owned my boat, then I wanted to understand what happened to him. As my ma used to say, I was just too curious for my own good. So the next morning, I packed up my gear. I made sure my nets were in good condition. I checked the fuel. I double-checked the patched map. And I told myself I wasn't doing anything reckless. I was just gathering information. It was past noon by the time I reached the cove. The sea was rougher than usual, pushing the boat side to side as if trying to nudge me back toward Big Red. I kept going anyway, hands steady on the wheel. When Candle Cove finally came into view, I had to stop and take it in. It was beautiful. The water was crystal clear, almost glass-like, letting me see straight down to the reef. The reefs themselves glowed with different colors, bright blues, oranges, greens, like someone had scattered gemstones across the ocean floor. Floating bulbs drifted gently at the surface. At first I thought they were jellyfish, but they stayed strangely still, bobbing quietly as the waves passed. Mangrove trees grew high around the cove, their roots twisting in sharp curves, reaching up in tangled shapes that looked almost like arches or old wooden frames. It didn't match the island's reputation at all. Nothing about it screamed danger. If anything, it felt calm. I let out the net and began trawling slowly around the perimeter, letting the boat pull the line behind me. If the cove was responsible for the demonic fish I'd been pulling in lately, then maybe the deeper parts held something unusual. Julian had mentioned Rex lying somewhere near the entrance, and I wanted to see if I could find him. I made a slow pass along the outer wall of the cove, scanning the roots and rocks. The water was so clear that I could make out shapes on the bottom. Broken planks, rusted metal, old ropes caught between rocks. Pieces of a ship, maybe several ships, scattered across the floor like someone had emptied a storage chest underwater. I traced the curve of the shoreline until I reached a narrow inlet. It was the only place where docking made sense. The roots created natural posts I could tie to, so I eased the boat in and secured it the best I could. By then the sun had started dipping low. Candle Cove looked different in the late afternoon light, softer and more muted. The bright colors of the reef dimmed to a gentle glow. The floating bulbs drifted closer together, almost forming a path across the water. I reached for the small kettle I carried everywhere, set it on the stove, and made my usual cup of midnight coffee. It wasn't midnight, but habits don't always care about the clock. The familiar smell was good for me. I sat on the deck with a mug between my hands and watched the last light fade behind the mangroves. The cove grew darker by the minute, and the floating bulbs glowed faintly in the dim. I told myself I'd wait a little longer, just long enough to see what Candle Cove looked like at dusk. Maybe fish if I felt like it. By the time night settled in fully, the place felt different. The sky above me was clearer than anything I'd seen in years. The stars looked sharp and bright, scattered across the dark like someone had tossed handfuls of salt into the air. With no towns nearby and no generators humming, the sky showed everything it had. It was one of those rare nights where the world feels untouched. I let myself relax a little. I leaned back on the deck, let out a slow breath, and looked straight up. For a moment, it was peaceful. I almost forgot about why I came here in the first place. The cove felt quiet, the boat felt steady, and the warm cup in my hands made the whole scene feel almost normal. Almost. After a minute, I lowered my gaze to the water. And that was when I noticed the reflection. At first, I thought it was just the stars shining back at me. The surface was calm enough for that. But something felt off. The pattern didn't match. I frowned and glanced upward again at the sky. Then back at the water. Up and down. I must have done that 5 or 6 times before my mind finally caught up. The stars on the water were blinking, not shimmering or rippling with the waves. Blinking, and they didn't match the sky above. A bulb floating near the surface of the water closed slowly. Another opened near it. A cluster tightened, as if reacting to the night air, adjusting themselves. I felt my entire body go still as realization washed through me. These weren't reflections. They were hundreds of eyes. They floated across the surface of the reef in a wide arc, forming a glowing ring around the cove, each one bright, round, and watching me. The same bulbs I saw drifting during the day, the ones I thought were jellyfish, weren't bulbs at all. They'd been closed, and now they were open. I didn't move or speak or set my cup down. I just stared at the arc of blinking points circling the waterline, shining softly in the night like lanterns made for some purpose I didn't know. The cove was alive. Then the boat shifted. Just a small tilt under my feet. Not enough to knock me off balance, but enough to let me know something had disturbed the water beneath me. I stayed perfectly still, listening. And that was when I heard it. A low groan rising up from deep under the island. The kind of sound you feel more than hear. It wasn't a whale. I'd heard plenty of whales in my time. It wasn't rock or tectonics either. This sounded organic. Like something impossibly large was moving down there, aware of me in a way no normal creature should be. The thought hit me hard. The thing didn't just have eyes. It had the mind to process what it sees. The thing was sentient and paying attention. And I was the thing it was paying attention to. I reached for the engine with slow, careful movements. I turned the key just enough for the motor to hum. The noise came out soft, but even that tiny vibration sent a ripple through the ring of eyes. Every single one of them widened at once, zeroing in on me with a predator's focus. The groan beneath the island grew deeper. The sandbanks around the cove shifted in response, sending small ripples along the roots of the mangroves. Something rose from the water a few yards away, a long ridge breaking the surface, shaped too perfectly to be a random line of rock. It looked like a spine. I didn't wait to get a better look. I pushed the throttle forward. The boat jerked ahead and cut across the water. I kept one hand on the wheel and one on the throttle, eyes on the cove's exit. The engine wasn't built for speed, but I pushed it as much as I dared. Behind me, the glowing eyes didn't scatter. They didn't drift apart. They stayed fixed in their places, anchored to something below. A shadow rose and followed under the waves. It was massive. Large enough to swallow a boat 5 times my size in a single bite. In the faint light, I caught a glimpse of patterns under the water. I saw a stretch of wide, dark scales, a ridge lined with glowing organs, and a jawline that extended farther than my lantern could reach. As I finally crossed the boundary of the cove, the eyes began to dim. One by one, then all at once, sinking beneath the water like a field of stars being pulled under. The shadow drifted back into the depths, disappearing just as quietly as it had arrived. I didn't stop the boat until Candle Cove was a distant shape behind me. Life went back to something close to normal after Candle Cove. though normal on Redstone Isle isn't the same as anywhere else. I still work as a local fisherman, still bring in cod, mackerel, and the occasional aberration when it turns up in the nets. But I don't night fish the way I used to. Not anymore. These days, I keep my hours tight. I stay within the borders of Redstone Isle, never past the far markers, and I bring the boat in before 10 at night. I've got a few years left to pay off my debt, and I've accepted that. The sea gives what it gives, and the town takes what it takes. I earn my keep. I repair my boat. I sell what I catch. Some weeks are good, some are thin, but I know the pattern now, and I stick to it. Of course, even with routine, the mysteries don't go away. The fog still rolls in every night and every day, thick and heavy like it belongs to the island. People pretend it's just weather, but they watch it the way you watch a stranger at your door. No one knows why it never clears. The old mayor vanished, no trace. And if you ask around, you'll get 10 different answers and none of them satisfying. As for the disappearances, well, everyone claims they're random. But people say a lot of things when they want to feel safe. Whether there's a pattern or not, I can't say. I don't go looking for trouble. And the mutations, the aberrations, those are still the strangest part. They show up more often than they used to. They sell fast. Someone always buys them at a higher price, though no one talks about who or why. I could ask more questions, but after what I saw at Candle Cove, I'm not sure I want answers. Some things stay manageable, only because you don't shine a light on them. But you look like someone curious, someone new. Say, you're just arriving in town, aren't you? Looking to get a job with the dockmaster, right? Folks like you show up every few months. Fresh face, big plans, thinking this place will be quiet and simple. Maybe you ought to rethink your choices. Maybe not. I have no idea why you're here, or what you think you need to prove. But mark my words, this island has strange stories, and even stranger things hiding out there in the fog. Keep your eyes open. Keep your routes close to shore. And if anyone ever hands you a map with missing pieces, ask yourself why.
My name is Jesse, and I do weird jobs for money. That is the cleanest way I know how to put it. The internet would tell you it's called urban exploration or haunted tourism, though it's a lot more than that. People hire me when they don't want to call the cops or can't call anyone else. When a landlord needs someone to spend a night in a haunted Tokyo apartment to prove it's been spiritually cleansed. Yeah, that's me. When a backyard grave starts sinking a little too fast after a quiet funeral, and the family needs someone to sit out there overnight just in case the soul gets restless. That's me too. I get these jobs from message boards, private DMs, Craigslist sometimes. I've walked into houses with blood dried on the ceiling. I've documented basements that were still chained shut from the inside. I've stayed in motels where the clerk gave me 2 keys just in case the one they left behind doesn't work. People say you can't live off this kind of work. And they're right, in the normal sense. I don't have a mortgage. I don't have a car newer than a decade ago. But I've got food, gas, a place to park, and a roof over my head when I need one. It's an unstable but exciting life. Forced minimalism, one would say. Now my specialty is locations. Places no one wants to go, but can't leave alone. Murder houses. Abandoned gas stations. When a guy saw lights in the sky back in '84 and never came home. Tunnels with no blueprints. Barns with padlocks on the inside.
in lakes that were never on the map to begin with. The kind of spots where, if you say the right name in a diner 5 towns over, someone will drop their fork and say, "No one goes there anymore." That's where I go. I have a small blog that is weirdly active. I post under the name fieldmanual_07 on Reddit. If you've seen it, you already know what I do. If you haven't, don't bother unless you're ready to lose a few nights of sleep. My audience is small but loyal. They're the kind of people who read every police report and still ask what didn't get filed. They send me tips too. Sometimes, the really good jobs start in my inbox with just a screenshot and the words, "You'll like this one." I didn't get into this line of work to upload YouTube videos. Good thing too, since I barely know how a camera works. I have the small blog and that's about it. I've just always loved strange, unexplainable things. Been that way since I was a kid. Always drawn to the things other people tiptoe around. If a teacher said, "Don't open that door," I'd have it halfway open before they finished the sentence. I used to think I'd grow out of it. Turns out you grow into it. Which, surprise, surprise, my parents did not like one bit. And my biggest supporter is my dog. Man's best friend and certainly mine. His name is Barney. Barney's been with me for most of my life. I got him when I was a kid, back when my entire world was school, Saturday morning TV, and whatever stray thought drifted through my head. He was a small rescue puppy then, all oversized paws and sharp little teeth, and I named him after the first show I saw on Nickelodeon that afternoon. My parents said I could have done much worse. I guess they just felt relieved I didn't name the dog SpongeBob. That actually would have been a good name. They grew fast. Some kind of shepherd mix, according to the vet, with the sort of build that makes people think twice before stepping too close. But he's gentle, loyal in that old-fashioned way, where he checks on you every few minutes to confirm the world hasn't changed while his back was turned. When I started doing the work, documenting strange buildings, spending nights in places that still had police tape on the floor, Barney came with me. Not because I wanted to bring a dog into danger, but because he refused to stay behind. If I packed a bag, he sat on it. If I stepped out of the house, he ran after me. Eventually, I stopped trying to convince him to stay with my parents, and I take him everywhere I go now. I trained him as best I could. Not for attack work, nothing like that. I needed him to sniff things out, to alert me if something wasn't normal, to stick close and stay calm. He wears a purple bandana around his neck, mostly because it makes people smile and assume he's friendlier than he looks. But the truth is, he's my partner. He listens better than most humans I've worked with. He notices details I miss. And he never asks why we're driving out to the middle of nowhere. Most of my jobs take me far from city streets. I go where people don't want to look. Abandoned houses, empty service stations, forgotten motels with locked doors that have no keys. Some clients, they want proof that a building is safe enough to sell. Others want someone to walk through a location that scares them, even when they don't want to admit it. This one time, a landlord in Tokyo paid me to spend a night in an apartment that was supposed to be clean after a priest performed rites. My task was simple: stay until sunrise, record anything unusual, and confirm nothing followed me out. People worry about strange things, and I've learned not to laugh at any of it. Every place has a reason someone wants answers. Sometimes it's a rumor. Sometimes it's real history. Old mining towns are common requests. Settlements built on bad land or rushed construction tend to have stories attached. Structures collapse. People go missing. When someone tells me a town is half buried in dust and the locals refuse to step within a mile of it, I know where that's probably where my next job is. Another type of call comes from the Cold War leftovers. Bunkers, research stations, storage facilities with sealed steel doors. Many of them were supposed to stay locked forever, yet somehow they do not. Someone breaks in. Someone reports lights where there shouldn't be lights. Someone else wants proof that whatever opened that door didn't break anything important. They hire me to camp inside, explore the place, and record every detail. The job I'm on now is one of those. A mining settlement with a long list of missing people and a bunker not too far from it that recently woke up after decades of silence. I don't know yet if the two things are connected, but someone out there thinks they might be. That's why they paid me. They want eyes on both. Before I go any further, I should explain something. I don't walk into these jobs blind. I've been doing this long enough to know that if you treat this kind of work like a joke, or worse, like it's a thrill ride, you will not be doing it for very long. You'll end up missing, hurt, or talked about in the kind of forum posts that start with, "Anybody ever hear what happened to that guy?" I'm still here because I follow my rules. I wrote them down when I was younger, after the first few jobs that didn't go as planned. They weren't clean rules at first, more like rough ideas, the kind of notes you scribble on paper scraps in the middle of the night. But over time, they got sharper. I saw what happened when I broke them, even a little, and I decided I was not going to test them again. There are 4 of them. I don't take a job unless I know I can follow all 4. If I can't, I walk away, no matter how good the money looks. And if you want to get into this type of field, you better listen close. So here they are. Let's start with rule number 1. Now, before I get into the details of the first rule, I want to explain why the rules matter so much. They are practical steps that keep me grounded when I walk into places where most people would not take a single step. Following them keeps my work simple. They also give me something steady to rely on when everything else feels unpredictable. With that in mind, the first rule grew out of real mistakes, a few scares, and advice I picked up long before I knew this would become my job. Rule 1. Obtain permission whenever possible. If not possible, apologize later. This rule has 2 sides. One is legal, and the other is the part that everyone likes to laugh at. Now, most abandoned places aren't actually free to explore. They look empty, but that doesn't mean they don't belong to someone. Buildings rot, roofs fall in, fences collapse, but the deed still exists somewhere. A company might own it, even if they forgot about it. A private owner might have inherited it and never bothered to fix anything. A city might hold the title because taxes weren't paid. Either way, walking in without permission is trespassing, and trespassing can lead to fines or getting arrested. I learned that early. Back when I first started, I assumed abandoned meant nobody cares. Turns out, plenty of people care when they see someone wandering around a structure that is technically theirs. So now I research ownership every time. I look through public records, old business filings, county databases. If I can find the owner, I contact them. I explain who I am and what I do. It sounds strange, but a lot of owners appreciate someone taking interest in their forgotten property. Some even ask for my footage afterward. Others say no, and in that case, I walk away if the line looks too clear. I pick my battles. Getting handcuffed in front of a collapsing house is not great for business. But the other side of this rule, it's not about the law anymore. It's about respect, or maybe habit. It comes from my family. My grandpa was the most superstitious person I have ever met. He grew up in rural Hungary, and he took all the culture with him when his family left for America. He treated every forest trail, broken shed, an empty field like something was already living there, and had been living there long before humans showed up. He never stepped into a space without announcing himself. He would say his name out loud, explain his purpose, and wait a moment before crossing the threshold. He taught me to do the same. When I was young, I thought it was just one of his quirks. He had a lot of them. He believed the Fae liked honey more than anything, and they stayed in forgotten places because they preferred quiet over noise. He said abandoned buildings were perfect for them because nobody bothered them there. He told me, "If you're going into someone else's home, even if you can't see them, you should let them know." It sounded odd, but he said it with such seriousness that I never questioned him at the time. As I got older and started walking into my own strange places, his advice came back to me. So before I enter any site, I follow his old routine. I stand at the entrance and say my name. I explain why I'm there and what I intend to do. I ask to come in and give it a moment, even if I know I won't be getting any answers. Then I step inside. I do this even when I know the only thing in there is dust and old wood. I do it when I know the building has been empty for decades. I do it even when other people are with me, and they roll their eyes or make comments under their breath. I also bring a small offering. I carry tiny honey jars in my pack for this reason. Nothing fancy, just enough to leave behind at the doorway or on a windowsill. My grandpa used to say honey was a sign of goodwill. "They notice intentions," he'd say. "Give something sweet when you enter, and you won't be chased out." Now, I didn't believe him literally, but I still bring the jars. They're small, easy to pack, and they feel like a connection to someone who taught me how to look at the world differently. People do make fun of me for it. Other urban explorers, documentary teams, amateur, thrill seekers, they all react the same way. They think it's cute or strange or unnecessary. They laugh when I talk to an empty space, and they laugh harder when I leave a honey jar behind like I'm feeding invisible wildlife. But you know what? I have noticed something they never do. They trip. They twist ankles. They fall through the freaking floor sometimes. They lose their balance on stairwells. They get sick from breathing in dust. They end up in the ER with cuts, sprains, and worse. Me? I come out clean, man. No broken bones, no hospital visits. I don't even have a paper cut. Now maybe it's just dumb luck. Maybe following my grandpa's rule keeps me slow and careful, which keeps me safe. I don't have a fancy explanation for it. But what I do know is simple. When I follow this rule, things go fine. When people ignore it, things go very wrong. Barney and I have had to rescue a few idiots who fell through the floor once or twice. So remember, permission is not always available. Ownership gets murky. Records vanish. Sometimes no one alive even remembers the place you're trying to explore. In those cases, I follow the second half of the rule. Apologize later. If someone shows up angry, I explain myself plainly. I show my research and I offer to leave. I give them space to cool off. Most people respond well when you stay calm. This rule protects more than just my body, it protects the work. It keeps the process steady and predictable, even when the environment is anything but. It reminds me that I'm stepping into someone else's story, not dragging mine into theirs. It keeps me grounded. And that's why Rule 1 always comes first. You never know whose home you're stepping into out there. So be on your best visitor behavior, and you should be fine. Rule 2 is simple. Take nothing but photos, leave nothing but footprints. Most people think it means don't be an idiot, which is true. It's something you hear early in this line of work. You see it scrawled on message boards, tagged on rusted water tanks, stenciled on the backs of old explorer jackets. For most people, it's just a slogan, a reminder not to be a jerk. Don't break windows, tag walls, or leave any of your trash behind. And most of all, don't take anything. I learned it because I watched what happened to someone who ignored it. That someone was Danny. Now, Danny used to work with me sometimes. I wasn't a close friend, but we got along well enough to meet up for jobs when our schedules lined up. He had a growing YouTube channel about abandoned places, and he talked a lot about turning it into a full-time job. He had energy and ideas, and he moved quickly through every place we entered. I liked him, even if I didn't share his pace. Barney liked him too. My dog is usually cautious with strangers, but he warmed up to Danny right away. On shoots, Barney would trail after him, sniffing whatever Danny pointed out, tail wagging whenever Danny stopped long enough to give him a pat. It made our work lighter to have someone my dog trusted. We met in an abandoned hospital one afternoon. The building was 3 stories tall and mostly empty inside, with long hallways and peeling paint. I remember the sky was a dull gray. Barney walked ahead of us, checking the rooms before we stepped inside, but he always circled back to stay near my leg. The anatomy wing was on the top floor. Most of the cabinets had been opened years earlier, their contents scattered or stolen, but a few shelves still held old equipment. Danny found the skull on the back shelf. It rested there, like someone had placed it down during a normal day and never returned to finish the task. He picked it up with both hands and started explaining to his camera what it might be worth. Barney stopped walking. He lowered his head and backed up until his tail brushed my knee. He didn't bark or growl, but he watched Danny with a level of tension I'd never seen in him before. Danny laughed. He loved the camera, but he loved the idea of making an impression even more. He turned the skull toward the window, angling it so the light hit across the very top. "This is gonna do crazy numbers, man. Imagine the thumbnail," he said. I told him to leave it, but Danny brushed me off. Said it wasn't a grave. Said it was abandoned twice over, and that someone online would pay a fortune for it. He tucked it into his pack. Well, we parted ways in the parking lot. Barney jumped into the back seat of my truck without waiting for me to open the door all the way. I watched Danny walk back towards his car with a backpack slung over one shoulder, the camera still hanging from his neck. And that was the last time I saw him alive. A few months passed. I moved on to other jobs. And then on a Monday morning, I got a call from the police department in the same town where the hospital was. They asked if I knew a man named Daniel Reyes and if I could come in to answer a few questions. They found Danny on the hospital roof. Not inside. On top, floating in the old water tower tub that had been dry for decades. His shoes were placed neatly at the bottom of the ladder, as if he'd taken his time to line them up before climbing. There were no signs that he'd slipped, nor was there any alcohol or drugs in his system. His lungs were clear. There were no bruises on his arms or shoulders, and his hands didn't show any sign that he had tried to fight for air. But his right ear had been torn off. That was the phrase written in the report. Torn off. The coroner said that it was odd to have a wound so violent and yet have no signs of struggle anywhere else on the body. They searched the roof and the ground around the building and never found the missing ear. The detective told me they were classifying it as an international drowning caused by psychological distress. They found a note in his jacket pocket that they believed explained everything. The note was short. The handwriting was shaky and tilted, the way it looks when a hand can't stop shaking. Danny wrote that something had been following him for weeks. He said it had 3 eyes, 3 arms, and 3 feet. He said it stood behind him when he slept and waited for him to notice. He wrote that it didn't speak, but he could feel it breathing against him, and that it knew him now. Those were his last words. The detective called it psychosis brought on by an erratic lifestyle. The lawyers called it an unfortunate accident. Everyone agreed it was tragic, and that was the end of the file. I didn't argue. There was nothing I could have said that would have changed how they filed the paperwork. I just nodded, signed my statement, and left. Barney was quiet for a long time after that. When we went on jobs, he stayed close, and he checked every doorway before letting me through. He paused more often than before, especially in places that felt old or wrong. I started trusting his judgment more than my own. Dogs don't explain things, but they don't lie either. Whatever happened to Danny had left a mark on both of us, even if neither of us had been there to see it. And now I don't touch anything I don't need to. I don't have souvenirs, even small ones. I don't move objects for better camera angles. I don't pocket keys or photos or papers to look at later. When Barney hesitates, we turn around. If he refuses to step forward, we leave. People online talk about Danny's death sometimes. They call it strange. They argue about the details. Some say the story doesn't make sense, that the missing ear was an exaggeration or a lie. Others say the note was a forgery. It had become one of those unexplainable mysteries. And to this day, it's unsolved. Rule 3 is never go in alone. People hear that and think it's about teamwork or safety or being prepared for accidents. And they're right in part. Abandoned places aren't kind. Floors rot from the inside out. Ceilings give without warning. And one wrong step can turn a good day into a rescue call that never comes. But that's not why the rule exists. Not entirely. It's about having someone or something to keep you aware. Someone who can look where you can't, listen when you are distracted, or tell you when you've stayed too long. In my case, that someone is Barney. We've been doing this together since before I started taking jobs for money. He's trained to pick up things I miss. Movement, sense, changes in temperature, anything unusual. He gives me confidence in places that would otherwise feel too still. And when I talk to him, it keeps me grounded. It's easy to forget how strange a place can sound when you're alone, but talking out loud makes it manageable. Most explorers don't have that. They prefer going solo. Some do it for the challenge, others do it because it feels braver that way, like proof of authenticity for their followers online. It's good content. A single flashlight beam moving through a dark hallway gets better clicks than two people joking about camera angles. I see their posts sometimes. Footage of half-collapsed schools, burned houses, factories, asylums. They walk in with headlamps and GoPros strapped to their chest, narrating as if their audience is right behind them. It looks cinematic until you realize that one wrong board could give way under their weight. Then it stops looking brave and it looks stupid. When I first started, I thought those people were reckless. Now I just think they're young. I remember being that kind of young too, thinking the rules were flexible, that caution was optional, that the bad things only happen to other people. But you learn or you don't. Barney is my ears when the wind picks up, my eyes when the light fades. And sometimes he's the only reason I know when to leave. A single sound from him, a growl or a whine, or even the way he stops walking, is enough for me to trust that we're done. Still, not everyone follows the rule. This one night, I found myself at a bar near the edge of town, kind of place where there's locals and travelers. I'd finished a job that afternoon, a simple inspection gig for a warehouse that hadn't been opened in like 30 years, and I wanted something warm to eat that didn't come out of a can. Barney sat on the floor by my legs, head down and snoring peacefully. The place was half full. Few regulars leaned over their drinks, and a group of tourists filled the corner booth. Their jackets were covered in dust, and their camera bags sat piled beside the table. I didn't need to ask what they did. I could tell. Urban explorers always recognize their own. Made sense, I thought. It was the season for it. There were always more of us gathered around during the summer. Well, I sat at the bar, ordered a meal, and listened to a group of people who more or less invited me to join them and chat. The group started talking about a story they'd heard while hiking earlier that day. It was a local legend. Something about a mountain north of town where a man had gone missing years ago. According to them, he hadn't gone missing alone. He'd been climbing with a friend, got caught in a blizzard, and the friend never came back. When they finally found the man, he wasn't the same. The group's tone shifted when they reached that part. They lowered their voices, but still spoke loud enough for me to catch the words. They said the man had eaten his companion to survive. They said the land was cursed, and that when rescue finally came, what they found wasn't a man anymore, but something else. One of them said it had 3 eyes, 3 arms, and 3 feet. My fork paused halfway to my mouth. The explorers laughed it off after a while. They said people still saw it near the woods sometimes, that it watched hikers from the ridgeline or followed anyone who whistled after dark. They called it a local myth, one of those stories every small town has to keep kids from wandering too far. They joked that they might go looking for it tomorrow for exclusive footage. The bartender rolled his eyes, and he told them that kind of talk was bad luck. He said the locals don't go near that mountain, not even during the day. When they noticed me, one of them asked if I believed in the story. I told them no, but asked them where they'd heard about it. The tallest one said it came from a ranger they'd met at a gas station. I finished my meal, paid my tab, and stepped outside. Barney stood up when he saw me, wagging his tail. The night air felt still, and across the street, the woods formed a dark shape against the edge of town. As we walked back to the motel, I kept thinking about that legend, the man who had eaten his friend, the blizzard, and the curse. I had heard similar stories before, but not with details that matched Danny's description so precisely. 3 arms, 3 eyes, 3 feet. Barney brushed against my leg, and I looked down at him. He glanced up at me once, then kept walking, nose to the ground. He didn't seem bothered. "Yeah, don't worry, boy, we're not doing anything stupid," I said as I scratched him. I told myself it was just another story. Every place has one. Every explorer hears dozens. But still, when we reached the room, I double-checked the locks and made sure my gear was packed. Barney settled by the door like he always does. I sat on the bed and wrote down everything I'd heard. The details, the names, the description. I didn't know what to call it yet, coincidence or warning, but it didn't matter. I'd learned that ignoring patterns in this line of work led to trouble. Months passed before I heard of the same monster again. That brings me to rule 4. Always do a recon. Yeah, this one sounds boring, I know. It's not dramatic like the other rules. But honestly, this is the one that saved me the most. I tell people all the time, don't get excited until you've seen it in person. Unless I'm sure that something is going to be a slam dunk, which is rare, I plan a recon trip. It's like scouting a campsite before spending the night there. You don't just show up in the dark and hope for the best. I try to do this as early as possible, because there's nothing worse than spending hours researching a cool abandoned site, hyping it up to your friends, driving 90 miles out of state, and then realize you're staring at an empty dirt lot. That exact thing happened to me once. I'd been planning for weeks to visit an old brick factory just outside Columbus. I had maps, drone shots, photos from a forum. I even convinced a friend to tag along. We get there, and all that's left is a parking lot. A brand new one. Turns out the whole place had been torn down just a month earlier. That trip cost me gas, lunch, and a good mood. But it also taught me something important. You can't trust the internet. Photos go out of date fast. 1 year can mean the difference between a haunting, half-collapsed structure, and a clean stretch of pavement. So I started scouting every site in person before making a plan. Sometimes that means driving out early in the morning and walking the perimeter. Sometimes it means talking to a neighbor or someone at a nearby business, anything to make sure it's still there. But recon isn't just about checking if something's there. It's about making sure it's safe enough to enter. A lot of newcomers don't get that. They find an address on some message board, read an article or two, and think that's enough. They don't check the floors. They don't check the structure. They don't test for soft ground or weak ceilings. And that's how people get trapped, or worse. The internet doesn't tell you when the floorboards have given out, or when the lower levels have flooded. I once heard about a pair of explorers who followed a set of old directions into an abandoned theater. The main floor had collapsed years ago, but no one had updated the post they used. Well, they fell straight through and had to be pulled out 12 hours later. One of them broke both legs. And that's why I do recon. Every single time. The last time I ignored my own rule, I ended up pulling someone else out of a mess. It started with a message on my blog from a teenager named Nathan. He said he'd found a site a few towns over, a former office complex that had been shuttered since the 90s, and wanted to know if I'd checked it out. I hadn't. Wasn't on my list. But something in his message told me he wasn't asking just out of curiosity. He mentioned weird noises and a bad feeling. Well, I drove out there that afternoon, and the building was exactly the kind you expect to find in the middle of nowhere. It was plain, square, gray, half the windows broken. A small fence circled the perimeter, but half of it had been flattened by a fallen tree. Barney hopped out of the truck and started sniffing along the fence line. When I called Nathan's number, I heard it ring from inside. And that's when I knew he hadn't just been visiting, he'd gone in. I found him about 20 minutes later. Part of the ceiling had collapsed in one of the hallways, trapping him in a corner between two steel beams. He was terrified, but thankfully unhurt. Dust covered his jacket, and his flashlight had gone out. Couldn't have been more than 16, this kid. "All right, don't move, I'll get you out," I said. The collapse wasn't severe. A large metal support beam had fallen across the doorway, but I could see a small gap near the top. All I needed was leverage. I went back outside to grab my crowbar, and when I returned, Barney was lying near the entrance, ears twitching. He wasn't barking, but he was watching something deeper in the hall. I didn't see anything at first. The building was silent except for the sound of Nathan. And then I heard a scrape. A slow dragging. I crouched down beside Nathan and I put a finger to my lips. He nodded. And through the gap in the debris, I saw movement. At first, I thought it was another explorer. The shape was wrong, though. Its back was hunched in a way that looked painful. It stepped into the light spilling from the window, and I saw it clearly. 3 eyes, all set in a line across the face. 3 arms, long and bent in strange directions. 3 legs that didn't quite move right. And the worst part was that it had 2 heads, conjoined at the shoulders, splitting apart at the torso like something that had once been one and had decided to separate halfway through. It was dragging a deer carcass by one arm. The body was half-eaten, ribs exposed. It left a dark trail behind as it walked. Nathan's eyes widened, but I slapped my hand over his mouth before he could breathe a single sound. Barney stayed silent. The creature stopped near the end of the hallway, tilted one of its heads, and sniffed the air. And then it kept moving until it disappeared around the corner. I waited another full minute before I spoke. Okay, we stay quiet, and we're leaving. I wedged the crowbar under the fallen beam and pushed very carefully. It took both hands and most of my weight, but the metal shifted just enough for Nathan to crawl through. And we got out of there as fast as we could. I drove the kid home to his parents myself. I didn't report what I saw, at least not yet. A month later, I drove past that same building again. The whole lot was fenced off, and a large sign out front said it was under development for a new resort. I talked to one of the foremen standing by the gate, and he said they'd already had problems. Equipment breaking, workers injured, a small fire nobody could explain. A couple of people had been driven to the ER just that week. All broken bones due to an unexplainable equipment failure. After a few days, I couldn't shake it. Every time I thought about that building, I saw the thing standing there with a deer in its hand. I told myself it wasn't my problem anymore, that I'd done my part by getting Nathan out. But that didn't hold up. The news about the construction accidents kept coming in. Tools going missing, scaffolding collapsing. A worker breaking his leg after falling through a stairwell that had already been inspected. It felt wrong to know and stay quiet. So I sat down one night and wrote an email. I didn't use my real name. I created a new address, something generic, and I sent them 3 separate messages. One to a construction foreman, one to the listed property owner, and one to the local police. I told them what I'd seen. I wrote about the old building, about Daniel Reyes and his death, about the pattern of injuries happening now. I included a rough map of the area and a short note warning them not to work there after dark. I didn't use the word creature. I said something dangerous. I figured that would make it seem less like a joke. Before hitting send, I sat with the draft for a long time. My hands hovered over the keyboard. But then I thought about Danny, about Nathan, about the blood on the floor, and the trail that thing left behind. So I sent them all. Never got a response. Not from anyone. But that was fine. I didn't write them to get a reply. I did it because I couldn't sit and just hold that information. It was the only way I could live with what I'd seen. Though a couple days later, I heard the place had been officially sealed off by the city mayor. Well, it's been a few months since the thing at the construction site. Barney and I keep moving. We take jobs, quiet, small ones. I don't post anything online like the others. I'm not one for the cameras. I do write, though. Not for an audience, not really. Just on a small Reddit forum where people like me trade stories and half-believed encounters. It's part habit, part diary. I don't share everything, just the parts that help me think. The parts that remind me why the rules exist. Some people read it. They assume I'm making it all up. And that's fine. Maybe I am in their world. I've been hearing about this new place lately. Somewhere out in West Texas, off a forgotten highway, where the land dips into a dry river basin. A few posts mentioned strange noises at night, livestock going missing, search parties losing their bearings. One hiker claimed to have seen something moving in the brush, something tall and watching. 3 eyes, 3 arms, and 3 feet. I don't know if it's the same thing, but it sure sounds like it. And I want to find out. So I'm heading there next week. It's reckless, probably stupid, but this work does not let you rest easy when there's still questions. I'll take the rules, and I'll take my chances.
A day, a week, a year. Just arbitrary measurements of the relative force that is time. One person's future is another person's past, and time is fickle, blah, blah, blah. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's just start at my beginning and see where it ends up. 10 years ago, a drunk driver had killed my parents. He'd been driving on the wrong side of the road. Blew a .22. At 10 years old, my twin sister May and I became orphans. 10 years, and the pain of it had mostly subsided, though not entirely. There were still days I missed my parents. The way my mom used to kiss my forehead in the mornings before school. The way my dad's laugh used to fill a whole room with happiness. May and I had gone to live with our grandfather, our papa as we called him, and for a while life went on. We'd been close with him before, and he was more than kind to us. He really did his best to fill the void of our parents. It wasn't perfect, but we loved him for it. May and I stayed close, grew up, go to the same state college. Life went on, as it always does. That was until earlier this year, when our papa was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer, and then he too was torn away from our lives. The funeral was small, just us, a few family friends, and his brother. We had little family left other than papa's estranged brother, Tom. Tom actually lived close by, but he and papa didn't get on well, though neither May or I knew why. It was actually a shock when he showed up to the funeral. Didn't say much though, and left pretty quickly. May and I had returned from our school to deal with the funeral proceedings and to clean out Papa's house. I say house, but really it's a mansion. A gargantuan old Gothic structure sitting on 10 acres of land, snuggling up close to a dense forest. It would be creepy to anyone else, but to me and May, it was home. A shining beacon of light in a world of shittiness. Papa had left the estate, all his possessions, and a very large bank account to us. On top of that, he'd left us a slightly disturbing letter. This is what it said. "You both deserve the very best in life, and I'm sorry to say you haven't gotten that from me. In the time after my death, you'll both come to realize that I'm not the man you thought I was. Sometimes we do things we feel are necessary, and those things can haunt us. Tom has agreed to explain some things to you both, and I just hope you won't judge me too harshly." Papa was a saint. Papa was also a serial hoarder. The house was full of junk he'd collected over the years. We'd used some of the money he'd left us to rent some storage units and a truck, but clearing out the house was no small task. Papa had always been a private person and wouldn't have wanted strangers coming through and tearing the place up, so neither of us felt comfortable having movers come in. Still, that meant it was left to May and me. We worked tirelessly for days until finally we'd made our way to the basement. I flipped the basement light on from the top of the steps and sighed in annoyance when no light turned on in return. May and I peered down into the pitch darkness below. The concrete stairs seemed to stretch endlessly into the dark, even though I knew it only went down about 20 feet. This basement always crept me out. The way Papa locked it up so tight, I swear I used to hear weird noises from down here when we were younger. We've been down there before, though. I objected. It's just boxes of Papa's old shit. Yeah, we've been down there once. We've been down there once for like 2 minutes when we were little. If it's just boxes, why would Papa have 3 deadbolts on the door? May held up the ring of keys as if to emphasize her point. Hell if I know. Maybe he was worried someone will get hurt because the lights don't work, I responded jokingly, taking a step down the stairs. I have an idea. You figure out how to make the lights work in a creepy basement, and I'll go into town to pick up lunch, my sister responded in a tone of voice that let me know she would not be going into the creepy basement. Sure, May. I rolled my eyes and let out a small chuckle. Thanks, Aaron. May rested her pale blue eyes on me and smiled warmly before scurrying off, long dark hair trailing behind her. I pulled out my phone flashlight and cautiously walked down the steps. As I made my way into the only part of the house we had never been allowed in, an unpleasant and musky scent filled the air. My nostrils began to sting, and my stomach turned. The smell increased in power with each step, and I had to make a conscious effort not to breathe through my nose. Something absolutely rotten was down here. Upon reaching the bottom of the steps, I noticed another light switch and decided to give it a try. For a second, nothing happened, and then slowly, a few dim yellow lights buzzed to life. Gazing around, I saw nothing that would be giving off such a foul odor, but I had to admit that May had a point. This basement was creepy. I could only see faintly by the flickering light that barely permeated across the basement, and the walls needed desperate help as the paint was hanging off in strips everywhere. On the far side of the room, blocked by several boxes, was a small door that presumably led to the septic tank. The place looked like a dungeon, to be entirely honest. Countless stacks of unmarked boxes were piled high around me, and I realized this was going to take hours. I let out a long sigh before beginning the laborious task of transporting them to the U-Haul in the driveway. An hour later, I'd barely made a dent, and my back was aching. Deciding to take a break after the next box, I bent down, and as I attempted to lift it up, the bottom gave way, and its contents haphazardly spilled out over the ground. Damn it! I shouted into the musky, humid air. I looked down at the spilled contents and realized there was a pile of leather journals at my feet. Defeated, I sat down on the cold concrete ground and grabbed the journal closest to me. It looked ancient, and the leather was soft and worn. I flipped the book around in my hands and noticed stitching on the spine, June 1950. Curiously, I unclasped the leather buckle of the journal and opened the front cover. Inside, there was a photograph taped to the back of the cover, and I pulled it closer to inspect it. The photo contained a couple in front of a few apple trees. The man looked familiar and appeared to be in his mid-20s. He was smiling happily, and I noticed he was holding a small baby cocooned in a blanket. Laying her head against the man's shoulder was probably the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen. She had a pale complexion contrasted by long, jet-black hair. Her most captivating feature was probably her emerald-colored eyes that seemed to shine. I stared at her, mesmerized by her beauty. Eventually, my eyes darted to the familiar tooth-filled smile of the man for a few more seconds before a realization dawned on me. This was a photograph of my grandfather, decades younger than I'd ever seen him, but him all the same. I wasn't sure why, but I started to feel uneasy. There was nothing wrong with the scene in the image itself, but something was poking at the corner of my mind, putting my fight or flight response on edge. I couldn't explain what, but there was definitely something very wrong with this picture. I stared blankly for a few moments before my eyes widened in disbelief. The image I was looking at was clearly old, and the journal was dated to 1950, but this picture was high resolution with brilliant, vibrant color, clearly taken by an advanced camera, even by today's standards. I quickly flipped through the pages of the journal, only to see page after page of handwritten words. I recognized my papa's handwriting and noticed each entry was signed by him. I set the journal down and opened another, only to see it too had a high-definition photograph of my papa. This time, however, he was dressed in an army uniform, smiling from on top of the largest horse I'd ever seen. Not just a big horse, but impossibly big. It was hard to tell without a better frame of reference, but the horse had to be nearly the size of an elephant. My papa had never been in the army. He'd been an investment banker. This journal was also filled with handwritten entries from my grandfather. Confusion swirling in my mind, I opened journal after journal. I saw more photos, one with my grandpa and a group of young men in army uniforms, all smiling on top of what looked to be an airship. Another with him in civilian clothes, with the same green-eyed woman to his right, and to his left, there was a boy in his late teens that I recognized to be Tom. My jaw dropped when I noticed an under-construction Eiffel Tower in the background. Some journals had photos, while some did not, but they were all dated between 1948 to 1955. I found the earliest journal, which began on March of 1948, and began to read. I'm not entirely sure what I should be writing here. Jade says to just write about my days and what happened, but it feels odd. It's for her though, so I'll write. She told me she'll want to read all about my adventures after I get home from the war, and I suppose I best make life sound interesting for her. I'm at the station now, and I ship out in a few hours to Germany. The British Republic is advancing on Berlin at this very moment, and if the American forces can't repel the unified powers, well, then there really is no hope for any of us. There's even been talk of the unified powers developing a new type of soldier, people with unimaginable strength and speed that can take down entire companies and... Hey, Aaron, food's here. I'm gonna hang out with Chelsea for a bit. Make sure you eat, okay? May called from the top of the steps, her voice ripping me from the journal. Yeah, thanks. See you later, I mumbled as she left. I wasn't quite sure what I was reading yet, but I dove back in. They can take down entire companies without losing a single man. I'm not sure how much I buy into it all yet. Sounds like ghost stories if you ask me. Anyways, at least I get to ride the transatlantic Hyperloop on my way to Europe. They say it'll only take 5 hours to get across the pond in it. I love you, my dearest Jade. Just as I finished reading the entry, I heard a loud thump and the sound of metal scratching against metal. I froze and listened again for several seconds until I heard the same metallic sound again, followed by a deep rumbling and hacking cough. My head whipped around, trying to zero in on the sound. The metallic scratching started again, lasting longer this time, and my stomach sank as I realized it was coming from the door to the septic tank area. Something, or someone, was in there making that sound. Now, I'm pretty fit and I wrestled in high school, and admittedly I have a decently sized ego. While it may not have been the smartest thing to do, I wasn't too scared as I approached the door, confident that I would be able to handle whatever was on the other side. I wrapped my hand around the doorknob. After a deep breath, I threw the door open with one hand, and with my other hand, I used my phone light to illuminate the dark space beyond. I gagged as a much stronger version of the horrid smell I'd almost grown accustomed to gushed into my nostrils, and nothing could have prepared me for what I saw inside the room. The floor and walls were encased in concrete. The ceiling looked to be made of steel, and a couple feet past the doorway, thick steel beams descended from the ceiling every few inches. It was a giant cage, and in that cage was the most horrific creature I'd ever laid eyes on. It was laying down, but I could tell it was easily 7 feet tall. Its skin was a sickly gray and littered with bumps and sores. Its muscles seemed ready to pop out of its skin. Around its neck was a sturdy-looking metal collar that had a long chain leading into the concrete of the far wall. Beyond the smell and the sight, I bent over and puked my guts out. When I looked back up, the creature was staring at me, and I saw its horrid, elongated face twisted into a nasty snarl. It bared its huge fangs at me and had moved into a predatory stance on all fours. It looked ready to pounce. My heart was pounding so desperately, I thought it was for sure having a heart attack. I stood there, frozen in fear. Just when I thought I was going to faint, I heard a voice from behind me.
"Aw, shit."
Still holding the creature's stare, I slowly turned around to see my great-uncle Tom standing behind me, a huge slab of meat in his hands. I heard the screech of metal and whipped back around to see the creature launching itself at me, only to be yanked back by chain. It snarled as it rose to all fours. Now that it was closer into the light, I could fully see its eyes. Its piercing, emerald green eyes. As I stared into those captivating green eyes, all sound seemed to fade away until I could only hear my heart pounding wildly in my chest. My mind flashed back to the photos of my grandpa and Jade, how her eyes had also been emerald green, the exact same emerald green. I stood there shell-shocked for what felt like ages when Tom roughly grabbed a hold of my shoulder and spun me around.
"You got questions, kid. I suppose I got answers. Go wait for me upstairs."
His thick southern drawl hung over his words like a fog. Finally, I broke out of my trance-like state. "What is that thing?" Tension filled the air. Tom eyed me flatly, not giving away a single emotion on his blank face.
"She's..."
He trailed off, trying to find his words before starting up again.
"Listen, kid, I promise I'll answer all your questions, but just go wait upstairs. She ain't been fed in days, and I promised my brother I'd take care of her."
"Papa knew about this?" I started loudly, before I was cut off by a shrill howl from the creature. Tom aggressively threw his pointer finger at the stairs, indicating for me to leave the room. Weighing my options, I decided to listen and stepped over towards the stairs. I looked back at Tom just as he slammed the door shut. I made my way through the long hallway that connected the east end of the house with the central hallway. I looked at the markings on the wall where Papa had liked to measure mine and May's heights for the first few years he'd had us, when we were still young enough to enjoy that sort of thing. I laid my hands on the grooves in the wall. The house that had been my home for the past 10 years now felt alien to me, like I was trespassing in a stranger's dwelling. Questions swirled around my mind. What the hell was that thing? How long had it been there? What the hell were those journals? But above all, there was one question haunting me the most. Just who exactly was my grandfather? I sat impatiently at the kitchen table for several minutes until I heard Tom make his way up the stairs. Without looking at me, he went to the kitchen sink and began thoroughly washing his hands. He sat down across from me and finally met my gaze. For some reason, I looked away sheepishly. Silence filled the room, and I jumped when he reached into his pocket and slapped down a few of the journals I'd found. He folded his hands on the table and leaned back, still saying nothing. Throughout my life, I'd never gotten to know my great-uncle very well, despite him only living 20 minutes down the road. As far as I knew, he was a very smart man. I knew he'd made quite a career for himself, working as some sort of military contractor, weapons development, or something like that. Tom had never gotten on well with Grandpa, only speaking to his older brother on rare occasions, and he spoke to May and I even less, regarding us with sheer indifference whenever he was around. His disinterest in us had always stuck with me, but now I finally seemed to have his attention.
"How much of these you read, kid?"
he asked curiously. "Some. Not much," I replied vaguely. "Is that her down there? Jade?"
"Nah, not for a long time now. That down there is what's called a failed experiment. During the war, the unified powers were trying to create a super soldier of sorts to fight on the front lines. Almost did it too, until the US developed the atom bomb and threatened to use it. Brought things to a tidy, neat close. After the war, we confiscated the British and Korean research and—" "Stop screwing with me," I suddenly shouted as I pounded my fist down on the table. "There was no war in the 50s where we fought the British, so stop screwing with me and start telling me the damn truth, or I swear to God I'll just call the police and let them deal with you and that thing downstairs." I could feel my face growing red with anger. If Tom was surprised by my outburst, he didn't show it. If anything, he looked almost amused, which just served to piss me off even more. "Right. I thought maybe you'd put it together by now. My brother said you was intelligent and all."
He pondered for a moment before going on.
"Kid, I don't reckon you know much of quantum physics. String theory? Einstein-Rosen bridges. Ringing a bell in that hot head of yours?"
It wasn't, but I didn't want to give him the satisfaction of telling him that. "Get to the point." He smiled in a not unkind way.
"Over here, Einstein and Rosen theorized that we were surrounded by microscopic wormholes that could theoretically traverse one through space and time. Neat theory and all. And they actually got most of it right. The distinction between most and all, though, is found in the actual function of said wormholes. Instead of simply connecting to a different point in space or time, they connect to different points in time, space, and realities."
I wanted to yell again, to tell Tom what he was saying was insane, but I held myself back, mostly because he seemed to be confirming what I had begun to suspect. He paused for a moment, sensing my indecision to protest his words. Once he was satisfied that I'd stay quiet, he went on.
"You get what I'm saying? Each of these bridges connect to different realities, different universes. Some are similar to yours, ours. Some aren't so much. They all start the same way, with a big bang, and they all have the same fundamental laws of physics because of that. But at some point, they all go ahead and diverge. You still with me, kid?"
He paused for a moment, as if to get confirmation from me.
"They have some event that does or doesn't happen, and they all progressively get more different. Me, your mama, Jade, and my big brother Justin, we're from one that's pretty close to this one, all things considered. Far as I can tell,
Divergence happened in 1678 when America split off from Britain almost 100 years before they did here. Somehow, through a series of cause and effect, that event culminated in a different world. My world, where technology was pretty damn far ahead of what it is here, amongst some other things, like wars being fought on different schedules with some different players involved. People there are different, too, more intuitive. My mouth hung wide open at this point. This was insane. You said was. What do you mean technology was pretty far ahead? I asked suspiciously. Well, I was getting to that. After the war, we confiscated their research. Turns out they were using a strain of man-made virus to infect people and alter people's DNA, turning them into stronger and faster things. I was just barely out of college when they brought the virus into the paramilitary facility I landed a job at. It should have been destroyed. It's unnatural changing a human body like that. Eventually, virus did what viruses do, and it got out. It infected people. It mutated. It started changing people way past the initial scope of the project, turning them into mindless beasts. It spread like a damn wildfire. Within a matter of weeks, the whole world was either turned or eaten. Travels through fluids, so most bites will do the trick. That's what happened to poor Jade down there. I didn't know she was infected until after we got here, and I never would have let her come otherwise. I've wanted to put her down for the last 40 years, of course, but my brother refused. Unable to part with the love of his life. God, we used to argue about it, but on his deathbed, my big brother begged me to take care of her until I couldn't. And of course I couldn't deny an asking like that, could I? So here we are, kid. I get to keep her alive, because to not would be spitting on my brother's memory. Upon finishing, Tom laid back in the chair and nodded towards me, as if to indicate that it was my turn to speak again. I was still unsure of what to believe at this point, but in my heart I felt like what he was saying was true, however improbable. Prove what you're saying is true. Show me, I demanded. Your grandmother downstairs ain't enough for you? He gave a sharp laugh before standing up from his chair. Come on, then. Tom started walking out the back door that led to the yard and forest beyond. He beckoned for me to follow, and we hastily made our way into the crisp winter air. I was led to the back end of the property, where my papa's tool shed sat. Although we never had any reason to enter it, Papa had always kept it locked, citing theft concerns. Now I know that wasn't the only reason. Tom entered the combination to the lock and swung the door open to reveal the shed's rather unimpressive contents. Tools layered the walls along with cobwebs, and dirt coated the floor in a thick grime. It was clear no one had been in here for years. Going to the back corner, Tom began tapping around the floor with his heavy boot, listening closely as he did so. Suddenly, he grabbed a crowbar from the wall and began prying up floorboards. Come help me with this, he commanded, and I quickly stepped over to him and saw a large cube-shaped brown safe had been revealed under the floor. It was probably about 2 feet tall and 2 feet wide. I felt another pang of betrayal at yet another secret my papa had hid. The safe was deceivingly heavy, and it took us a couple minutes to fully extract it from the floor and up onto the work table. Without me needing to prompt him, Tom entered in a combination and the safe swung open. Tom began carefully removing its contents. First, there was a picture of who I assumed to be my papa and Tom with their arms wrapped around each other's shoulders, both young children. They were in New York City. I only knew it was New York because of the twin towers in the background filling up the skyline. Next, he pulled out a wallet and removed several dollars of different denominations from it. The catch, though, was that these dollars were blue and had the faces of men and women I'd never seen before. I inspected them closely, and they certainly felt real. After that, he pulled out a revolver that belonged in a sci-fi movie. I don't know how to explain it, but when Tom lifted it up, it almost became alive. It morphed around his hand.
Neural interface. Designed this myself, actually,
Tom said, as the gun morphed back into its original form. He set it down carefully. At this point, I had to say I was pretty convinced. But the next item he pulled out shred any modicum of doubt I may have still been harboring. Tom pulled out a large sphere that swirled with cosmic colors. Just by looking at it, it was clear that this was an alien object. I watched as it turned blood red at Tom's touch, and then swirled to a cosmic purple, and then a deep ocean blue. I reached for it, and Tom gripped my hand painfully.
Don't touch this. Touchy and volatile to begin with. Might have gotten worse after all this time.
I looked at him quizzically. That's what got you here, isn't it? He nodded very seriously. And then my world came shattering down, because it was at that exact moment I heard an ear-splitting scream echo across the yard from the house. My blood turned ice cold, and my heart skipped a beat. I recognized that scream. That scream belonged to my sister. Without thinking, I grabbed the revolver sitting on the table behind me and sprinted towards the house, ignoring Tom's calls after me. As I burst through the back door, I immediately recognized the unmistakable scent of blood. I heard a soft cry from the hallway leading to the basement and quickly turned the corner to see my twin sister collapsed against the wall. All around her was a pool of dark red blood that led down the hall to the basement. As I got closer, I realized the true horror of her wound. Her arm from her elbow down had been torn completely off. Shreds of skin hung loosely over the wound as it poured a seemingly endless fountain of blood. Tom arrived behind me then, letting out a sharp gasp. It seemed nice. My arm, Aaron. It took my arm. It seemed nice. She weakly croaked out as I knelt down next to her. Shh, you're okay. It's gonna be okay, I said in an attempt to be calming, even though my voice was shaking and cracking as I watched my sister bleed out. I pulled off my belt and began tying a tourniquet as I screamed for Tom to call an ambulance.
No point, kid. She ain't gonna die. She's gonna turn. We can't let her,
he said softly. His face still conveyed little emotion, but I thought I saw something like sadness flash in his eyes. Ignoring him, I pulled out my own phone and called 911, giving them directions to my house before hanging up. I looked back at May and saw her eyes had rolled back into her head. She looked so pale. Save her, please. I looked at Tom, tears now streaming down my face. He looked down at the ground before responding.
Kid, I hopped universes to get away. There ain't no cure. My facility came the closest before I left, but we were still weeks, months away. We were getting overrun. She won't bleed out, but she's gonna go into a coma and start changing. Couple days, more if she's lucky, less if she ain't.
I felt a rage boil through me as I grabbed the gun and sprinted down the basement steps.
Aaron, no.
Tom bellowed after me as I bolted into the room that held the creature. I slammed the door shut and locked it as Tom's body pounded into it on the other side. I felt a new wave of red-hot anger as I turned and saw the creature gnawing on my sister's arm. It paid no attention as I leveled the revolver at its head. I felt the cool metal morph around my hand. It was an odd sensation, but I felt the neural interface working and somehow knew the bullet would find its mark. With a simple thought, the gun blew a hole the size of a quarter through the head of the thing that had once been my grandmother. No sound, no recoil. The creature howled, and I shot again and again and again. Finally, it collapsed on the ground, dead. Tom was still pounding on the other side of the door, and as I opened it, he came crashing inside and looked at me with a fury I'd never seen before. He took a step towards me, but I leveled the gun at him, and he stopped in his tracks. "You gonna shoot me? I swore to my brother I'd keep her safe, but now look what you gone and did." I took a deep breath and steadied my breathing as I continued to aim down my great uncle. I had a plan, albeit a shitty one. If I was right, I'd be able to save May. If I was wrong, I'd probably die for it. But I had to try. I had to try and save the only family I had left. I realized I could hear ambulance sirens in the distance, growing louder. I steeled my resolve. The time was now or never. White that seemed to signify the off mode. Tom stood there, not moving a muscle. "I am not going to say it again, Tom. I will shoot you right now to save her. You might be a coward who's willing to let May die, but I'm not. I won't. I don't want to hurt you, but you need to take us there now," I exclaimed. Now I could hear voices coming from the house. It wouldn't be long until first responders and police were swarming the property. Tom let out a resigned sigh before picking up the device. When he did so, it came to life and swirled with a beautiful shade of orange that reminded me of a cloudless sunset. Foreign symbols suddenly appeared around the orb, and Tom began tapping them in a sequence. When he seemed to be done, Tom turned to face me. He stood staring at me for a moment before looking back at the orb and tapping a few more symbols. Tom removed his hands from the orb, and to my amazement, it hung there, suspended in mid-air. "Last chance, kid." I forcefully dug the gun into his back. Tom said nothing and placed a finger onto the orb and gave it a quick spin. The orb swirled with color and began to spin faster and faster until it became a blur. The air pressure in the shed changed and a heat began to emanate from it. The temperature of the room quickly rose. "Stand close, kid. When you feel yourself go, expel all the air from your lungs. It ain't fun, and it hurts real bad," Tom told me. I inched slightly closer to the spinning orb, but the heat coming from it felt like it was searing my face. I was beginning to sweat now, and still the orb seemed to spin impossibly faster. A roaring that came everywhere filled my ears, and I felt dizzy. I thought I could hear Tom praying, but the deep roaring was so loud I wasn't sure. Suddenly, every atom in my body screamed with pain. It was like someone was sticking every single bit of my body with white-hot knives and twisting them for good measure. I screamed. My vision started to fade to black, and I exhaled deeply, and then falling. But it wasn't falling through the air, just falling through nothing. A void. The pain stopped as quickly as it had come, and a sensation of peace filled my being. Blissful nothingness continued. It just went on and on, falling through an infinity of nothing for eternity. Maybe it went on for seconds, or minutes, or days, or years. Maybe it never happened at all. I remembered where I was, what was happening. I attempted to breathe, but it was like trying to breathe underwater. The calmness that had come over me was replaced with a panic. Finally, just as I thought I'd suffocate, I could feel a breeze gently flowing by me, and I opened my mouth to gulp in the cool air. Impact. My head bounced as my back collided into the ground. The gun I'd been holding was knocked out of my hand, and the world faded to black. Sometime later, I regained consciousness and felt a sharp pain where my head had collided with the ground. I opened my eyes and could see a sunny blue sky above me. The sky seemed a brighter blue than normal, actually. Slowly, I turned my head over and realized that I was lying in the tall grass of a meadow. Surrounding it, there was a thick forest of trees. I sat up, still struggling to take full breaths. Fortunately, though, it didn't feel like I'd broken anything. Looking around, I saw Tom lying face first in the tall grass a few feet away from me, and the orb sat on the ground between us. "Tom?" I asked. My heart began to race as he didn't respond. "Tom?" I asked again, urgency beginning to fill my voice. I pushed grass out of my face as I crawled closer to him. I flipped him over on his back and began shaking him to no response. Dread began to set in. There was no way I'd be able to survive here without Tom. If he was dead, well, then so was I, and so was May. Suddenly, he groaned and his body shifted slightly. He was alive, thank God. Relief flooded over me as his eyes snapped open. "Jesus, I thought you were dead," I said as I helped him sit up. "Might as well be," he muttered. "We'll both be dead within the day." He narrowed his icy gaze at me, and I began to reply before I was cut off by a loud animalistic howl in the trees at the far side of the meadow, followed by what sounded like running. Tom and I both froze as a gargantuan horse the size of an elephant burst from the trees into the far side of the meadow. I remembered seeing the photo of my papa riding one of these creatures. "We bred them to be much larger here," Tom commented as the horse galloped away. Something wasn't right, though. What spooked it? I wondered aloud. As if on cue, 3 humanoid creatures came crashing into the meadow on all fours, bounding after the horse. My heart sank as I immediately recognized them to be the same type of creature as Jade. These were much larger, though, and seemed to be in much better shape. They howled gleefully as they closed in on their prey. Tom threw his hand over my chest and brought us both back against the ground, trying to hide in the tall grass that surrounded us. He looked at me and brought a finger to his lips, indicating silence, as if I dare make a sound right now. We heard the screams of pain that could only be the horse getting caught. It called out in agony for several minutes. I felt terrible, but there was nothing to be done. After what felt like forever, the horse's cries finally stopped, and then only the sound of tearing flesh was left. Just as I started to think that maybe I'd make it out alive, my phone began to buzz in my pocket, and my morning alarm chimed through the air. I had 2 thoughts at that moment. The first was that at least half a day had passed since we left. The second was that I was going to die. Right now. Tom looked at me with a mix between fury and terror, and my hands fumbled as I attempted to silence my phone. After several long seconds, I managed to stop the alarm. I turned my head towards where the creatures had been, and to my dismay, all three stood straight up and motionless, staring at me. Their faces were soaked in blood, and they had a ravenous, predatory look in their eyes. The tallest of them was easily over 9 feet tall, and I cringed as its brown eyes met mine. It opened its mouth in a twisted version of a smile to reveal its long, yellow canines. Suddenly, it began to scream, followed by the other two. The sound was horrid, but just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. It snapped its jaw shut, got back down on all fours, still staring at me. "Aw, shit," I heard Tom say from behind me. At the sound of Tom's voice, the creatures began sprinting towards us with impossible speed. Their skin bulged with dense muscle as they bounded towards us, thrilled with the notion of fresh prey. I had to agree with Tom. Shit. From movies and TV, I've always heard that your life flashes before your eyes when you're about to die. Time supposedly moves down to less than a crawl, and everything you've ever experienced runs through your brain at lightning speed. Maybe as the universe's way of rewarding you for a happy life, letting you live it all one last time, or punishing you if you've lived a bad one. In my case, as the mutant creatures sprinted towards Tom and me at an impossible speed, time did move down to a crawl. However, instead of my entire life replaying, my only thought was of my sister, May, lying mutilated and unconscious on the floor of our house, awaiting her inevitable transformation into one of these creatures that was now going to end my life. The creature closest to me had its mouth open, and I could see its long canines were stained red with blood. It was only about 30 meters away now, and I knew outrunning it would be hopeless. But still, humans were the product of eons of evolution, and buried deep inside of all of us is a survival instinct that kept us alive throughout history, and will keep you fighting until the very end, even against insurmountable odds. Even against 3 impossible monsters whose only purpose is to kill. I jumped up and faced the creatures. "Run," I said to Tom. Glancing over, I saw he was already booking it for the tree line. I didn't have time to see whether he made it though, because the closest mutant had closed the distance to me. As it lunged towards my neck, I attempted to dive out of the way. By mere inches, I managed to avoid the creature's teeth, and my body slammed into the ground, knocking the air from my lungs. With no time to react, I felt my body being violently hoisted up by my arm. My shoulder ripped out of its socket with a sickening pop as the mutant dangled me in front of its face. I screamed in agony and fear as it brought my head closer to its mouth, which was opened unnaturally wide. Hot, putrid breath filled my screaming mouth, and I could see bits of flesh dangling between its teeth. Behind the one that held me, I could see the other 2 had reached us and were circling us in excitement. Tom was nowhere to be found. Acting on pure instinct, I did the only thing I could do. I pulled my head back, and then with all the force I could gather, I smashed my forehead into the creature's long nose. It was like slamming into concrete. Blood began to pour down my head, and I saw stars. However, my headbutt had done the trick. The creature let out an annoyed yip and tossed me away from it, sending me careening through the air. I landed face down on the ground, sending yet another wave of pain through my body. Blood filled my mouth and gushed out my likely broken nose. Using my good arm, I began to crawl. I felt my hand come into contact with smooth metal, and despite everything, I gave a small smile. A faint sliver of hope started to grow in my mind as my fingers closed around the gun that I dropped when we first arrived. Forgetting the waves of agony that shredded through me every time I moved, I flipped my body over and sent a bullet straight at the mutant that was now towering over me. The bullet ripped through the top of its mouth and exited out its long nose, but it didn't kill it. Instead, the mutant screamed as it reared back to land a blow on me. Before I could shoot again, the creature's head exploded, and the sound of what seemed to be thunder cracked through the meadow. Its body dropped lifelessly in front of me. The other two creatures howled at this and glared at me with vicious hatred. Another deafening boom split through the air, and the mutant closest to me had its arms and the majority of its torso blown away. Although they were probably 20 feet away from me, I felt hot blood and bits splatter across my face. Before I could understand what happened, the other mutant began to sprint away towards the trees, completely forgetting about me. Again, a boom sounded, and the mutant's leg nearly tore off, only held together by strings of flesh. The creature fell forward and rolled, letting out a terrified scream as it began frantically pulling itself towards the tree line. Finally, one more boom rang out, and the mutant dropped dead as a hole the size of a dinner plate appeared in its torso. For a moment, there was an eerie silence that filled the area. I was alive. "Tom? Tom?" I called out. My voice sounded harsh in the total silence, and blood filled my mouth, making it difficult to speak. The world came alive again as several dark gray figures materialized from the tree line. My heart jumped at the thought of more of the mutants entering the meadow, but I was quickly relieved once I recognized them to be human. My vision was blurry from pain and fatigue, but they seemed to be wearing dark gray body armor with helmets that covered their faces. They were distinctly military and almost looked like stormtroopers. I would have laughed if I hadn't almost just died. There were about 20 soldiers or so, and most of them were holding what seemed to be gray assault rifle versions of the pistol that I still held in my hand. But two of them were holding what looked like a cross between a cannon and a sniper rifle, with a large folding tripod attached to the fronts. Those must be what had made the thunder sound. As the soldiers were closing in on me, I could tell they were saying something, but I couldn't quite make out what. They stopped several yards away and raised their guns at me. "Put your weapon down now." I realized I was still holding the pistol and dropped it to the ground. They kept their guns leveled at me and began to move closer before abruptly stopping again. "Blood on him! Medic up front!" the lead soldier called out in a female voice. I noticed she had a black stripe down her shoulder pieces. Shit! I'd completely forgotten about the creature's blood hitting my face when the soldiers had killed it. Terror began to rip through my body as I remembered what Tom had told me. It spreads with fluids. I was pretty sure none had gotten in my mouth or eyes, but it had all happened fast, and I couldn't be positive. "On it." One of the soldiers moved forward from the back. As he approached me, I noticed he was carrying a small duffel bag. The soldier knelt down in front of me, tossing my pistol back towards the others, who were still pointing their guns at me. He opened the bag and removed a small case, which he then flipped open. Inside was the largest syringe I'd ever seen, filled with a faintly yellow liquid. Now, I consider myself a fairly brave person, but there's something about needles that have always screwed with me, and this needle was gigantic.
I'd been silent up until this point, but I'd be damned if someone was just going to jam me with a needle without my permission. "What the hell is that? No way!" I yelled, desperately trying to pull away. The soldier didn't respond, and instead I felt his fist collide with my jaw, knocking me to the ground. Putting all his weight on me, he dug his elbow into my back before I felt the needle pinch into the base of my neck. In my pitiful state, there wasn't much I could do to fight back. As quickly as it happened, the soldier was off of me, and I laid there in the grass, breathing heavily. "He's clear, ma'am," announced the soldier that had stuck me with the needle. It dawned on me that I may have just been injected with a cure. My mind raced at the possibility of using it for May. I noticed the soldiers had started to fan out a bit and were inspecting the meadow and bodies of the mutants they'd killed, although a few had stayed with their guns still on me. I turned towards the soldier that seemed to be in charge. "Thank you for saving me. Please, did you see another man here? My great uncle was with me, and..." She held up a hand to cut me off. "Colonel Braddis of the NUSR. We picked up an energy signature from this location. Tell me what happened here," she commanded in an authoritative voice. I opened my mouth to talk before closing it again. Despite saving my life moments ago, she didn't seem as though she wanted to help me. I had a strong feeling that I shouldn't be too open with her about my origins. "Don't make me say it again," she said in a sinister tone. Before I could think of a convincing lie, her attention was drawn away from me and to another soldier. "Ma'am?" I turned my attention towards the soldier and saw with dismay that he was picking up the orb. The colonel stared at it for a moment before removing her helmet and handing it to another soldier. I couldn't see her face since her back was to me, but short blonde hair covered her head. She stared at the orb for a few more moments before finally turning around to face me, a ravenous smile plastered across her face. Now that I could see her, I would have considered her pretty if she wasn't so damn terrifying. She was probably late 30s, her hair almost a goldish white that I don't think exists in my universe, and her eyes were a light amber color that bore into my being. "Now, just where did you get that?" she asked in a clearly fake, sweet voice. I kept my mouth shut, and her fake smile was replaced by a quick flash of anger before she went on. "If you'd believe it, I used to have one of these before it got stolen. Someone took it from me before leaving us all to die almost 10 years ago. He took a few people with him, and I just keep wondering where they all got off to." I kept my face as emotionless as possible, returning her angry stare with what I hoped was equal intensity. Though I'm sure it wasn't, seeing as how screwed up and broken I was. She considered me for a few more moments before switching back to her overzealous grin, revealing a set of pristine white teeth as she continued on in her fake sweet voice. "Let's start over. You said you were looking for someone, right? Your great uncle? I think he and I might have a few things to talk about." As I kneeled in the meadow, gun to my temple, I wondered how everything went to shit so fast. Then I just remembered that my whole life was shit and everything made sense. Colonel Braddis began shouting towards the trees again. "You have exactly 10 seconds to show yourself before I turn this young boy's brains into jelly. 10, 9... I winced as the soldier pointing his rifle at me dug the barrel into my temple. Once I'd refused to tell them where Tom was, only because I didn't know, they dragged me into the middle of the clearing and started this shit. 8, 7, 6... I wondered if Tom was even still around. 5, 4... I wondered what it was like to die.
Maybe it was just like hopping universes, an endless bliss of nothing. 3, 2, forgive me, May. 1. Just then, I heard Tom shout from somewhere amongst the tree line.
"God's sake, Helena, he's just a kid,"
Tom called out as he emerged from the forest, hands high in the air. Helena? Tom knew this lady? Honestly, I was surprised he came to my rescue, seeing as I'd threatened to kill him if he wouldn't take me here just a bit ago. Colonel Bradis's eyes widened as the rest of the soldiers converged on Tom, forcing him to his knees. She approached him with awe, and the soldier with a gun to my head dragged me along. My body screamed in pain from all the injuries I'd sustained. I truly can't believe my eyes. Tommy, is that you? It is you, ain't it? Tom Lanson in the flesh. She gave what looked to be an actually genuine smile. You got old, Tommy. Tommy? What the hell? Colonel Bradis approached Tom and gently placed her hand on the side of his face. Neither of them said anything for a moment, and it was clear a lot of unspoken words were exchanged. Tom seemed almost embarrassed, while the colonel looked unmistakably sad before noticeably becoming angry. Finally, Tom opened his mouth to speak, but was cut off by Colonel Bradis's gentle touch, becoming a harsh blow to his face. She struck him again and again. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Just then, the colonel raised a hand to her ear, and I noticed she had a small earpiece in. She listened intently for a moment, and then began barking orders at the soldiers. The ones not securing Tom and I bolted into action and began packing everything up. She turned back to Tom, who began to speak. I never meant for it to happen like that, Helena. You know Colonel Bradis held up a hand, and the soldier closest slammed the butt of his rifle into Tom's head. He collapsed forward onto the ground and let out a long moan. All this time, and still nothing but empty lies, Colonel Bradis spat. You took something that belonged to me. You tried to kill me. We don't have time anyways. My pilot just tagged a horde of them things coming right at us just a few moments ago. As much as I'd love to watch you get torn to shreds, I don't think the higher-ups would be too happy. Just then, I heard the purr of a rapidly approaching engine. I stared in awe at the hovercraft making its way over the meadow. It was shaped like an oblong spaceship, with a huge whirring fan on its belly and 2 more jutting out from the back. As it began to land on the other side of the meadow, legs extended from the craft's body, keeping the whole thing a few feet off the ground. One side of the craft was open and had no door, similar to what you'd see on a military helicopter. The soldiers flew into motion, quickly packing up those cannon weapons and dragging Tom and I into the hovercraft. I yelled and held back tears as my still dislocated arm was yanked in front of me and thick metal cuffs were slapped on my wrists. Rows of seats with windows lined the inside, with an open pilot's compartment in the front. As they loaded me up, I glanced into the pilot's area and was surprised to see it looked fairly straightforward, with only a touchscreen and steering unit. I was shoved into a window seat opposite the opening in the craft, behind Tom, just as inhuman howls permeated through the trees. The soldiers froze for a moment before jumping back into action. If I thought they were rushing before, they were in overdrive now. The howls of the creatures were getting louder and more numerous. I suspected dozens of them were nearby. Even with the weaponry these soldiers had, it was far too many to fight. From my spot in the craft, I could look out the opening and see the soldier tasked with securing the orb. It was the medic who had injected me with a syringe. He dumped some of the medical contents of his duffel bag on the ground, desperately trying to make room for the orb. The sound of the mutants was becoming deafening, and he was moving frantically. His hands were noticeably shaking, and he was having trouble with a caught zipper on the bag. The first of the mutants cleared the tree line, and Colonel Braddis started screaming at him from the entrance of the craft. The soldier grabbed the still open bag and began running as fast as he could manage. For a moment, he seemed like he might make it, but the bag was bouncing wildly as he sprinted, and the damn orb bounced right out of the bag and onto the ground, rolling a few feet away. Colonel Braddis started shouting obscenities at the men inside the craft, and a few of them jumped out and opened fire on the creature closest to the medic. They downed it, but several more had entered the clearing now. The medic dropped the bag and grabbed the orb, continuing his sprint towards us. The hovercraft began to rise, and Colonel Braddis turned her fury towards the fearful pilot, demanding that he stop the ascent. He began arguing with her, and they exchanged some angry words before the colonel pointed her gun at him. The pilot angrily slammed a button on the touchscreen, and the craft's ascent halted. A few more men jumped out and opened fire, but the mutants were flowing into the meadow now. The man carrying the orb was moving fast, but still 30 feet away or so. It was clear he wouldn't make it. One of the creatures took a leap and sailed through the air, landing directly on top of him. The orb went careening away, landing with a dull thud. It must have been sturdier than its glass-like appearance made it seem, because it sat unharmed where it landed. Though it was quickly engulfed by the startlingly close herd of mutants charging towards us. The colonel was still shouting. The rest of the soldiers who had jumped out to help the medic were trying to reboard the craft, but the pilot had begun to raise the craft again and had taken it a little too high for them. 3 of them jumped for the opening and began to heave themselves inside. Mutants leapt in the air towards the craft and grabbed a hold of 2 of them, dragging them back down to the ground. Their screams as they were eaten alive echoed through the air. The 3rd soldier was slightly luckier, or so I thought. A mutant had jumped through and bitten his leg clean off instead of dragging him back down with it. Another soldier pulled him inside the craft before Colonel Braddis promptly shot the wounded man through the head. A look of disgust filled her face, and she used her foot to push him back out the opening. She smiled when she saw my horrified expression. All my serum is down there with my medic. We were about 20 feet in the air when a particularly large mutant made a bounding leap for the open door that was thankfully opposite of me. The craft lurched violently as the front half of the mutant landed inside, scrambling to find purchase. It dug its long claws into the side of the soldier closest to it, the same one who had pulled in his friend. The soldier began screaming before Colonel Braddis used her pistol to put several bullets through the mutant's head. Its lifeless body slid back out, dragging the still screaming man with it. As the craft gained altitude, I was able to see just how wrong my assumption of the mutants' numbers were. There weren't dozens entering the meadow like I'd assumed. There were hundreds. A sea of writhing gray and yellow, all climbing over each other. And somewhere down below, in all that, was the orb. My only way home, my only way to save May. We flew in silence. Every time I tried to speak, I was met with a hard hit from the soldier next to me, so finally I just stopped trying. Colonel Braddis was on the other side of the craft, staring at me, looking furious. Fortunately, my seat had a window which gave me something to look at, other than her scalding gaze. For a while, we flew over a forest that seemed to stretch on forever. After about an hour, we began to approach a city, and I was again reminded of how much farther along this universe had been. Apart from regular buildings and skyscrapers, this city boasted a futuristic highway system with shiny tunnels creating a maze between it all. Once we got closer, I could see just how well and truly destroyed this place really was. Buildings and skyscrapers were crumbling, windows shattered everywhere. The long tunnels intertwined through the city were blown apart and missing sections everywhere. Dead vehicles and rubble littered the streets, scorch marks covering almost every surface. The smell of death filled my nostrils as we passed over it all. Packs of the mutants could be seen roaming the streets, their howls floating up to the craft as our pilot weaved us through the city. It was desolate. This world was dead. I heard soft crying from in front of me, where Tom was sitting, as he watched the scenery below. I felt a pang of regret. Coming back here and seeing all of this had to be painful, if not outright traumatizing. More than that, I was the one who forced him back here. I couldn't see him well from my seat, save for a small opening between his seat and the wall of the craft where part of his hand was visible. He was hunched away from the soldier next to him. I wasn't sure, but he looked to be holding a pen, scribbling on something. We began to approach what looked like a military compound on the outskirts of the city. 40-foot tall, mile-long walls surrounded a spattering of buildings. I could make out more soldiers along the top of the walls with those portable cannons, and thunderous cracks sounded as they opened fire on any of the mutants who got too close. I wondered if this was a constant way of life. Had these people really been repelling the mutants day in and day out for years? How did they not run out of bullets or food? Along the side of one of the walls were big letters reading New United Syndicate for Reclamation. I guess that's what NUSR stood for. The craft touched down on a large helipad in the middle of the compound, and I could see more people walking to and from the buildings. Once the engine stopped, Tom and I were forcefully pushed outside the craft. We landed in a heap, and I screamed as Tom's weight landed on my dislocated shoulder. I was in so much pain, I almost didn't notice Tom shove his hand inside my back pocket. Soldiers hauled us to our feet, and I tried to catch Tom's eye, but he stared silently at the ground, unwilling to give away anything. After aiming their guns at us, the soldiers ordered us to face towards the hovercraft. On the shiny surface of the metal craft, I was able to get a look at my reflection. I wish I hadn't. My nose was clearly broken, slanted very sharply. Large cuts filled my face, and dried blood was painting the entire front of my body. I was unrecognizable at this point. Too busy studying my hideous reflection, I barely noticed Colonel Braddis shoot the pilot through the head as he exited the craft. His body landed inches away from my feet, and I jolted in surprise. The soldiers were still training their guns at us, and I didn't dare turn around, but through the reflection of the metal, I could see Colonel Braddis close her eyes and pinch the bridge of her nose in frustration. She waved her hand, and a few soldiers grabbed the now dead pilot and began dragging him off to wherever they drag off dead people in this screwed up place. "Find me a new pilot, please," she told one of her men, who promptly hurried off. "One that follows orders," she added. Colonel Braddis ordered me and Tom to turn around. Most of the soldiers had cleared out, and only a few remained with their guns aimed steadily towards us. Further away, I could see a soldier and a few people in lab coats had stopped to stare. One of them, a woman with long dark hair, locked eyes with me, and concern filled her face. She finally looked away when the soldier began ushering them forwards towards a large gray building. Colonel Braddis snapped her fingers in front of my face twice. "Me. Look at me. Next time I snap, you die."
she said in a very serious tone. I nodded. I knew she wasn't joking. She took a deep breath before speaking, this time addressing Tom. Despite everything, I really am happy to see you, Tommy. She paused for a moment. But I'm more unhappy about having to leave the bridge back there and losing so many men. I'm not as patient as I used to be. I'm out of time, and I'm gonna need answers from you. Tell me you understand. You were ever patient? Tom didn't miss a beat. The colonel let out a shrill laugh, and then she turned her pistol towards me and put a bullet through my injured shoulder. Agony sliced through me, and I dropped to the ground, maybe due to shock, but I was unable to even scream. Tears filled my eyes, blurring my vision. Colonel Braddis scratched her head and began again, this time using that disgusting fake sweet voice from earlier. It's been so long, and I just can't believe you talk to me like that. Not long enough. Tom's voice was dripping with venom. I should have killed you when I had the chance. You know I left you here to die? Because your head is broke, so damn broke that even I can't fix it. I couldn't have your vileness infecting a whole nother damn universe that's innocent. Colonel Braddis simply nodded, as if getting confirmation on what she already knew. Tom looked down at me, with sadness in his eyes. I hate to say I told you so, he said with a wink. Good luck, kid. Colonel Braddis once again fired her gun, this time right into Tom's temple. My great-uncle's lifeless body dropped to the ground in front of me with a thud, eyes open and unfocusing. Blood pooled out from the hole in his head. Someone find me a new medic, too. Make sure this kid don't bleed out, Colonel Braddis shouted. As people rushed to save my life, the true gravity of my situation began to sink in. I was so far in over my head, it was laughable. Tom was dead, and I surely wasn't far behind. My sister was going to turn into a monster and quite possibly be patient zero for a mutant apocalypse on my world. I had completely and totally failed. Despite the excruciating pain I was in and my severe blood loss, I began thrashing against the hands on me. I launched every single threat and insult I knew at the colonel, and she just stood there unfazed, wearing an amused look. The only thing that made me eventually stop was when someone stuck a needle into my neck, and my world faded to darkness. I'll give you 2 minutes, Papa said with a sad smile, setting down his flowers and walking back towards the car. May put a comforting arm around me as I stood awkwardly in front of our parents' graves. I leaned into her and wiped the tears from my face. May was only 9 minutes older, but sometimes the difference felt like years. It was always her taking care of me. Exactly 1 year had passed since they died, and the pain hadn't subsided at all. Most nights I still woke up crying in a cold sweat. Then I'd hear a knock on my door, and May's soft voice asking if she could come in. We shared a wall, and my sleepless nights meant she wouldn't sleep either. We'd sit on my bed and just talk about anything, something, for hours. Finally, I'd be able to fall back asleep, and she'd slip away back to her room. They left. I choked out through tears. May leaned her head into mine. I know. What if you leave too? I'll never leave, I promise. But you need to wake up, Aaron. Wake up. My eyes snapped open, and for a moment there was nothing but bright, blinding light. At first, I had no idea where I was, and I tried to make sense of what was happening, but my mind felt sluggish, like it was moving through molasses. I knew the dots were there, I just couldn't connect them. "He's awake," I heard a voice from off to the side. My vision finally cleared, and everything came together once more. I took a look around and saw I was in a white room laying in a hospital bed. I was wearing a hospital gown and noticed my folded clothes sitting on a small table next to my bed. Someone must have washed them, though, since they were no longer red from all the blood. To my side, I saw a woman in scrubs tending to an IV that led into my arm. My arm that was cuffed to the metal rail of the bed. I jolted upright and yelped as I felt a sharp pain in my shoulder, now held in a sling and covered with bandages. Oh, right. That crazy bitch shot me. I just spent hours reconstructing that shoulder. Don't you dare mess it up again. The doctor scolded me. Fix that pretty face of yours, too. You're gonna feel out of it for a while. I had to use some pretty strong painkillers. Reconstructing bone and tendons, it's nasty stuff. Takes a lot. You must be pretty important for the colonel to use all of these resources on you. Staring at the doctor, I realized she was the same woman wearing a lab coat that I'd seen when we first landed, before Braddis had shot me and killed Tom. Don't know why she would. She's the one who shot me, I muttered angrily. Oh, you mean the colonel? No, I'm not talking about Helena Braddis. The doctor spat the name with disgust. If it was up to her, I would have cauterized your wound with rusty metal and woke you up with a bucket of cold water. Colonel Fenway is the one who gave the order. He's in charge here. From what I could tell, he wasn't very happy with Braddis either. You'll get to meet him soon. He's on his way over here right now. The doctor's words surprised me. From what I'd seen, Braddis had been unchallenged in her authority, other than the dead pilot. The possibility of her answering to someone hadn't even occurred to me. The door to my room hissed and slid open to reveal a man in plain clothes who I assumed to be Colonel Fenway, followed by 2 soldiers in body armor. One of the soldiers carried a chair and sat it down next to my bed. If you could give us the room, Tara, Fenway told the doctor, who quickly exited. He pointed at my restraints, and one of the soldiers produced a key and unlocked the cuffs, and then they too left the room. I wasn't sure what I was expecting the colonel to be like, but Fenway wasn't it. I guess I just thought anyone who could keep someone like Braddis on a leash would be more. What stood in front of me was an incredibly unassuming man. Looking to be in his late 40s, Fenway wasn't very large, a little on the shorter side, and pretty skinny. Not bone thin or anything, but not muscular in any sense. Still, maybe it was in the way he carried himself, but something about the man commanded my attention, my respect. Fenway grabbed the chair and sat a few feet away from me, clasping his hands together before beginning to speak. I'm Colonel Fenway of the New United Syndicate for Reclamation. Your name is Aaron? Fenway held up my wallet, producing my driver's license from it. I nodded. Aaron, I'd like to start by apologizing for how you've been treated by Lieutenant Colonel Braddis, and I want you to know she's been punished. We're all under a lot of stress here. I laughed. Tell that to my great uncle. I'm sure he'll feel a lot better. Oh wait, he's dead. Fenway sighed. Braddis is harsh, but effective. Sometimes a necessary evil in times like these. She's been punished. You have my word? I don't want to talk about your great uncle, though, and you look like a man with a story, Aaron. I'd love to hear it. Fenway seemed genuine,
and I decided that this could be my only chance to achieve what I'd come here to do. I proceeded to tell Fenway absolutely everything. I didn't mean to, but the man got my whole life story. How May and I had been orphaned, how my grandfather had also eventually died, how I discovered the mutant in my basement that attacked May and forced Tom to take me to this world. All the while, Fenway sat there, listening to every word. When I'd finally caught up to the present, Fenway started to speak. You see, I knew Tom Lanson. He was brilliant. And 13 years ago, he worked here as a part of Project Kronos. The purpose of the project was clear: harness a Tesla Fermi bridge to climb through the fabric of space-time. Time travel in layman's terms. They were on the precipice of achieving it too, before the world went to shit. Fenway paused, gauging my interest. Satisfied, he began again. Once it became clear that no cure was possible. But isn't there one? I interrupted. I got injected with something after some of their blood got on my face. The serum you were injected with will only halt the process at whatever stage it's at. Hard to make, and it has to be used quickly after injection. Nothing more than a half measure, I'm afraid. Anyways, once the world went to shit, the project became everything. Eventually they realized the Tesla Fermi bridges weren't just portals into time, but also universes. Still, though, it didn't matter. It was a way out, a lifeboat in all of this. Fenway waved his hand around. We identified 3 possible universes we could escape to: Beta, Charlie, and Zulu. Obviously, if we had kept analyzing the data, I'm sure we could have found more, but time was short and we identified 3 candidates we were reasonably sure had timelines similar enough to our own. During this, the scientists working on it had their families moved into the compound. In Tom's case, it was his brother, sister-in-law, and their little girl, your mother, I presume. A promise of their safety as motivation to continue the project, complete it, and they would be allowed to bring their families. But it was a cruel lie. You see, at maximum occupancy, the bridge creates a field to cover around 200 people, and its power is not limitless. Within that orb is an experimental antimatter reactor, and with the world the way it is, we have absolutely no way to get more antimatter. 3 trips at most, 400 people in total. The scientists and their families would never be allowed to go. Only the most elite of the elite would have a ticket. Tom, being the smart man that he was, put 2 and 2 together. I don't blame him for what he did, though. I probably would have done the same thing in his shoes. One night, he and his brother snuck into the facility and killed the entire project security team. The only one that lived through the attack was Helena Braddis. I never knew if it was because her and Tom were friendly, or if it was because Tom was a lousy shot. They took the bridge, crashed an armored car through the main gate, and escaped into the city with his brother's wife and their girl. 2 days later, our satellites detected gamma rays emitted from the reactor, and we knew Tom was gone. 10 years later, we detected them again when you arrived. Throughout Fenway's recounting of the story, I'd listened intently. It felt amazing to finally understand everything, to put all the puzzle pieces together. It felt even better to know that if I could get back home with some of that serum, maybe I could still save May. Fenway, as if reading my mind, brought those hopes crashing down in spectacular fashion. Aaron, my men were able to recover the bridge from the meadow you arrived at, and are on their way back here right now, but I can't send you home. Fenway reached inside his jacket and produced a ripped piece of fabric with symbols scribbled on it, and I recognized it to be a piece of Tom's coat. "We found this in your back pocket. These symbols are the identifiers for Universe Zulu, what I assume to be your home universe. If you enter these into the bridge, it'll take you there." I realized what Tom had been scribbling on the flight over here, which he must have then shoved in my pocket when he fell on me while exiting the hovercraft. Tears filled my eyes. Despite everything I'd done to him, he'd been thinking about me, doing his best to make sure I could still get home. 3 trips, Aaron. 3. Henway handed me the piece of fabric and went on. "The bridge has been used twice. 1 trip left. Your sister has been infected, which means she might infect the rest of your world. 1 trip left, and I can't risk going somewhere with more of those damn things. What would you do in my position? Sacrifice the safety and futures of 200 people? Good people. I will let you come with us to Beta, as thanks for returning the bridge, but that's all I can do for you." I was about to start arguing when the 2 soldiers who'd been waiting outside suddenly re-entered the room. "Sir, they've returned with the bridge." Fenway looked at me again. "I'm truly sorry. I hope you see what I'm doing as necessary, Aaron. I'll be back for you once." Yet again, someone had their brains blown out in front of me. It was really starting to get old. One of the 2 soldiers had just shot the other and was now pointing his gun at a shocked Fenway and me. "Colonel Braddis has requested to see you both." Fenway reached for the pistol on his hip, but froze when the soldier aimed the rifle at his head. "I need you to hand that over, sir." "A coup?" Fenway asked incredulously. "Think very, very carefully about your next move, Connell. This won't go the way you think it will. I promise you that," Fenway told him matter-of-factly. Connell apparently didn't care, since he ignored Fenway's words. He turned his attention to me. "Get dressed." I removed the IV from my arm and slowly stood up. I instantly became lightheaded, and my legs collapsed beneath me, probably from all the meds they'd pumped me with. Fenway tried to help me to my feet, but I angrily shoved him off me. He'd been pretty kind to me, but his refusal to let me return home still had me fuming. I had to remove the hospital gown and get dressed in front of them both, which was a somewhat awkward experience. Unslinging my arm and getting it through my shirt was a painstaking endeavor, but I didn't hurt quite as bad as I expected. Whatever they had done to fix my shoulder was working quick, and it was healing much faster than medicine in my universe would have allowed. Connell pointed towards the handcuffs that had previously been tethering my arm to the hospital bed and instructed me to place them on Fenway. I guess Fenway was seen as the bigger threat between us. Probably true. Fenway, for his part, kept trying to convince Connell to give this up, but I knew he was wasting his breath. If this man was following someone like Braddis, killing for someone like her, that meant he was a fanatic. Couldn't be reasoned with. Connell ushered us out of the room into an empty hallway. At the end of it was a pair of doors that led out into the courtyard of the compound. As we walked, I could see rooms on either side filled with scientific equipment that went way over my head. As we neared the end of the hall, gunfire could be heard from outside the doors. At first, I just assumed it was mutant-killing cannons from atop the walls, but as we got closer and I could see through small windows in the door, I realized what it was. Fenway and I froze, staring out at the carnage taking place. Outside, a full-scale firefight was taking place. All over, soldiers from the ground were using their rifles to shoot up towards the soldiers manning the walls, and the soldiers up there were returning fire with their cannons. A dozen yards away, a group of soldiers were running towards our building, carrying another whose leg was missing below the knee. I watched as they approached, and a round from a wall cannon exploded at their feet, sending them all flying. Smoke and dust filled the air, and I instinctively ducked as bits of flesh sprayed against the window. I was definitely going to need therapy once all this was over. From behind me, the sound of pounding footsteps erupted, and I whipped around just in time to see someone barrel into Connell. Connell's rifle went flying out of his hands, and the two landed in a tangle on the ground. Connell quickly emerged on top, however, and he sent a flurry of powerful fists into his attacker's face, which prompted several shrieks of pain. As Connell pulled back to deliver another blow, I was shocked to realize his assailant was my surgeon, Tara. For some reason, I couldn't help but notice that although I had initially thought Tara to be a decade my senior, now that she was changed out of the doctor's scrubs, it was clear she was probably only a few years older than me. The stunt she had just pulled was pretty badass too. I know, not the time or place. Fenway wasted no time. He delivered a powerful kick to Connell's temple, causing the latter to roll off of Tara. Dropping to the ground, Fenway pulled the chain of his handcuffs under Connell's neck and began strangling him. Connell scrambled to escape and began desperately trying to dig his fingers under the chain. When that wouldn't work, he reached his arms back to attack Fenway's face and managed to land a few deep gashes on his cheek. "Why?" Fenway screamed down at him. He gave just enough slack in the chain for Connell to choke out an answer. "She promised me a spot." Enraged, Fenway began slamming Connell's head into the ground over and over. He continued long after Connell's face had turned to a bloody pulp. The man was certainly dead, but Fenway continued until Tara let out a pained moan. Fenway gave a look of concern and finally dropped the lifeless body to the ground and used Connell's keys to uncuff himself. He began checking over Tara, who'd managed to pull herself a few feet away. Her eye was badly swollen, and her nose was leaking blood, but she seemed okay, all things considered. She'd live, at least. "Aaron, help her get up. We have to—" "No," I interrupted. Fenway looked at me, and anger and annoyance filled his face as he realized his mistake. While he'd been dealing with Connell, I'd picked up the dropped rifle and was using my good arm to point it at him. "I am going home," I said slowly to emphasize my point. "I'm going home. I'm gonna save my sister, and I'm gonna forget about this damn place." "Take a look outside, Aaron. How do you think you're gonna do that? If Braddis wins, do you think for a second she's just gonna hand over the bridge and let you be on your way? If my men win, do you think they'll just let you go after shooting me?" Fenway pointed to a security camera above us, showing that everything happening was being recorded. "I am your best chance to survive right now. Your only chance." I frowned. I hated to admit it, but Fenway was right. But I also couldn't just give up the only leverage I'd had in my entire time on this stupid planet. "Then we go to my universe. I don't care if you don't think it's safe. That's the only way you live right now. You give me your word that you'll let me go home. That's your only chance to survive right now." I truly don't know if I actually could have shot Fenway in that moment, or if it was just a convincing bluff. Luckily, I didn't have to find out. Fenway cursed and thought it over for a moment. "Fine, we'll go to your universe. You have my word." He could just have easily been lying, but Fenway didn't strike me as the type. I handed the rifle to him and helped him lift Tara to a sitting position against the wall.
The bleeding had stopped, but she still seemed a little out of it. Fenway and I made our way back to the windows to get a better look at the battle still raging outside. According to Fenway, it seemed that the 100 or so soldiers fighting from the ground were loyal to him. The remaining few dozen soldiers manning the wall had been trained under Braddis and were hers, though she herself was nowhere to be seen. The couple staircases leading to the top of the wall had been barricaded as well, and any attempt to approach them by Fenway's men was quickly met with a barrage of cannon rounds. Luckily, both sides seemed to be ignoring the housing building, which according to Fenway contained all of the soldiers' families. Instead, most of the fighting was focused further out towards the helipad. The hovercraft returning with the bridge and Fenway's men was attempting to land, but whenever it started to descend, soldiers from the wall would fire their cannons at the ground beneath it, forcing it back into the air. Fenway's men were attempting to provide cover fire, but every time they'd show themselves, a cannon round would blast them apart. It's smart. I have the numbers, so she made sure she'd have the high ground and superior firepower. Fenway pointed towards the hovercraft. There's another helipad on top of the wall. She knows the craft won't have much fuel left after the trip, and they're trying to force it to land up there. That way they can take control of the bridge. I bet you anything Braddis is waiting up there too, so she can use it as soon as possible. That's probably why she didn't have Connell just kill us. She doesn't know how to operate it, so she needs one of us to. So, you got a plan or something? I asked skeptically. Or something. Fenway's plan was shitty, but when I told him so, he just asked if I had a better one. I didn't, but that still didn't make his plan any less shitty. Since most of the fighting had centered around the hovercraft on the other side of the compound, that meant there were only a couple on the end we were near. The two soldiers were clearly focused on the battle, which meant that Fenway, Tara, and I were able to use the buildings as cover and approach them undetected. With expert aim, Fenway fired 2 rounds in quick succession and dropped both the soldiers instantly. Fenway wasn't too happy about Tara coming along in her injured state, but she had recovered her senses and quite forcefully stated she wasn't staying behind. I was pretty shocked she was so willing to argue with her superior, and even more shocked that the colonel relented. Ultimately, though, I'd seen weirder since arriving here. Fenway had explained that on the other side of the wall were 6-inch thick metal sliding doors, and between those doors, the wall was hollow, sort of like an airlock. Inside, the compartments there were also maintenance entrances that led to the wall's top surface. With the men on the walls not shooting them, the mutants will be starting to pile up out there. I'll use my override code to open the outer door for a moment and then open the maintenance doors. We'll just let a couple get in. They won't be expecting it at all, so I bet they get the majority of Braddis's people. At the very least, they'll cause a good distraction. And if more than a couple get in? I'd asked, to which Fenway said, they won't. Like I said, it was a shitty plan. And if they get loose inside the compound? I'd asked, to which Fenway had just said, they won't. As we approached the large touchscreen on the wall, Fenway gazed up and cursed. The crew in the hovercraft seemed to be finally giving up, and they were floating it towards the helipad on the wall. Voice authorization required, the touchscreen announced. James Fenway confirmed. Tango Charlie Foxtrot. Fenway continued rattling off his code. When he was done, I heard a hydraulic hissing sound coming from the wall, and immediately my ears filled with the sound of howling mutants. I shivered, knowing the only thing between us was 6 inches of metal. After seeing what they could do, it didn't feel like nearly enough. Fenway slammed a red button on the screen, and the hydraulics hissed again before most of the howls were cut off. Now, only a couple snarls could be heard from within the compartment. Fenway touched another button, and we heard the maintenance doors slide open and the creature's snarls dissipated as they made their way inside the wall. We waited a few minutes and watched as the hovercraft descended before getting obscured by the wall. "Should be long enough. Let's go," Fenway said. He opened the front gate of the wall and gestured towards the dark maintenance entrance inside the now empty compartment. Shitty plan. Fenway took the lead, followed by myself, with Tara bringing up the rear. Somehow Fenway led us through the pitch darkness, and as we blindly moved up and through the wall, I began to wonder if the mutants had ever reached the top. Maybe they were still inside here with us, waiting in the shadows to rip our throats out as we walked by. From far off, an inhuman howl rang out, and I jumped back into Tara, almost sending us both tumbling. Luckily, she caught us and without a word grabbed my hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze. Soon after, we heard the sounds of screams mixed with inhuman howling. The mutants had made their way to the top and were hopefully decimating Bradis's soldiers. As we reached the top, we could see the metal hatch leading to the surface was torn to shreds. Fenway told us to stick close and peeked his head through before motioning us to follow into the daylight. We emerged into a blood-filled nightmare scene. Body parts and unidentifiable pieces of flesh covered almost every surface. Deep claw marks lined the floor beneath us. A few 100 feet or so down the wall was the helipad, and I could see 2 mutants laying waste to the soldiers above the wall. On the ground, Fenway's soldiers were using the chaos up here to regroup. They began dismantling the barricades, but it was slow work. On the helipad, the few who remained of Bradis's soldiers were desperately trying to fend off the mutants, but up close like this, they were too quick. We ducked down and watched as they were quickly sliced to shreds. After a moment, they seemed to lose interest though, and began sprinting along the wall towards a few more of Bradis's men who were making a break for it. Luckily, away from us. "I don't see Bradis anywhere," I whispered to Fenway as we cautiously approached the helipad. "Maybe they got her," he responded. I had to hold back a chuckle. That'd be way too lucky. It wasn't long before I was proven wrong, though. Recently, I daydreamed about shooting Helena Bradis quite often, so I'm slightly ashamed to admit that I was actually pretty disappointed when we found her dismembered head lying on the ground next to the hovercraft. Her mouth was frozen open in an endless, silent scream, and her eyes were wide. A few feet away, the rest of her body lay on the ground, still clutching a metal case. I quickly snatched the case and opened it to see the milky white orb sitting inside. I hugged it to my chest. This was a great plan. Fenway walked towards me and bent down to examine Bradis's head and body. With a look of disgust, he grabbed the head by her short blonde hair and chucked it over the wall. "Good riddance," Fenway muttered before turning to look at me. His eyes grew wide, and he immediately raised his rifle to aim at something beyond me. Without looking, I knew the 2 mutants were returning, because of course they were. I turned around and saw 2 giant blurs of gray hurtling towards us at an alarming rate. Fenway began firing, and he managed to drop one before the rifle clicked empty. He threw the weapon down in disgust before drawing his pistol. "Get behind me, Aaron." Shitty plan. Boom! A deafening roar cracked through the air, and the mutant's arm evaporated. However, the thing barely seemed to notice and continued bounding towards us. I turned around to see Tara holding a blood-covered cannon. She fired again, and this time the mutant's head exploded. Didn't think he'd need this anymore, she said, gesturing towards half a body on the ground some distance away. She gave me a small smile, which I weakly returned. She was really kind of badass. The rest of Fenway's men had finally broken through the barricades, and the colonel quickly snatched the metal case out of my hands. I began to protest, but in an instant he had handed it off to another soldier. Major, gently take this and young Aaron here to my office, immediately. Don't let either out of your sight, and keep Aaron in the hall with you until I arrive. About 3 hours later, Fenway had finally arrived with Tara, and the three of us entered his office, while the Major stood guard outside. My apologies for the wait, Aaron. I had to make sure no more of the mutants were in the walls, and we had to round up the last of Bradis's traitors. Did you kill him? I asked. Do you care? Nope. Fenway grabbed the metal case and opened it, placing the bridge down on the desk between us. Tara had randomly started crying, and I shifted uncomfortably in my seat, feeling awkward. Fenway gestured towards her, and she placed a syringe full of the mutation-halting serum next to her. Go save your sister, Aaron. You're ready to leave? I asked. Fenway smiled, but his eyes revealed sadness. Apart from a trusted few, my people think the bridge was destroyed in the battle. There's hundreds of people here, Aaron, more than could ever make the trip. I can't make the choice of who comes and who gets left behind. I can't abandon them either. Personally, I figured saving some would be better than none at all, but who was I to argue with a man? I also just wanted to go home. However, I do have one very selfish condition, Aaron. My daughter's coming with you. She deserves more than life behind these walls. Fenway looked towards Tara, who wiped away a few tears. Your daughter, I said in surprise. It made sense, though. Deal? Let's go. I smiled, a nice big full smile that felt like the first time I'd smiled in years. As I input the symbols Tom had written down for me, the orb began to fill with a brilliant neon green, strands of cosmic purple lacing through. I remembered my great-uncle's words and told a nervous Tara to make sure she breathed out all the air in her lungs. She nodded, and when I was done, I gave the orb a small one-fingered push, the same way I'd seen Tom do. It started to spin faster and faster, and I prepared for the excruciating pain that would come next. As I left this nightmare behind, I had only one thought in my mind. Hang on, May. I'll be there soon. Little did I know, I was only trading this nightmare for another. Consider the concept of infinity. It's jarring, something so abstract that our brains can't count it or even properly imagine it. Go ahead, try. You can't, can you? Because whatever your imagination conjured up to represent it isn't enough. That's the thing. It doesn't make sense, yet it exists everywhere. If you take the numbers 1 and 2, getting from one point to the other is easy. Start at 1, end at 2. 1 plus 1 equals 2. It's easy. It makes sense. What doesn't make sense is the infinity between the two numbers, because between 1 and 2, there is indeed an infinity of decimals. So many that you, your children, and your children's children could all count for the rest of your lives, and you'd never even get close because it's infinity. Nevertheless, the infinity starts at 1 and ends at 2. Simple. Brain-numbingly complex. Now that's what I call a paradox. Beginning, End. Start. Finish. 2 points, infinity between them. I think somewhere in one of those small yet endless infinities is me. I started counting from 1 to 2, and I can't stop. Can I reach the end that I know has to exist? If I just keep counting, will I get from 1 to 2? Can I stop myself from ever counting to begin with? Falling through the void was slightly different this time. I'm not sure how to explain it, but this time around it felt like maybe I was just more awake, more conscious of what was happening. I remembered the roaring had filled my ears, followed by the all-consuming pain, and Tara had clutched my hand as we screamed in agony. I could no longer feel her grip, but somehow I knew she was still close. The peaceful bliss filled my soul, and I fell through an endless void for an infinite amount of time. Yet, somehow, it was only an instant. Finally, I felt the movement of air and remembered how badly I need to breathe. I gasped for breath, and icy air filled my lungs. I heard thunder and felt rain colliding with my body. Remembering what had happened on my first trip, I threw my good hand behind my head just as my body impacted with cold ground. My head crushed my hand, but at least I wouldn't have a concussion. I laid there for a while, motionless and staring up at the night sky that was dropping rain on my body. I flexed my hand that had been crushed. Felt like it would be bruised, but at least nothing was broken. It was freezing, but just knowing that it was my earth made it feel amazing. I smiled. "We made it, Tara," I finally said. "Welcome home." Upon receiving no response, a sense of unease came over me. I called out for Tara again, still hearing nothing back. I sat up and finally took a look around. Fenway had told me that the bridge should take us relatively close to where it was last used, and I was relieved to see he was correct and that I recognized the surrounding area. I was about 10 miles from home, laying in a field behind the highway that shoots through town. I knew so because down the road a bit, a street light lit up the sign for the same exit I used to take to get to high school. All things considered, I wasn't too far off course. My relief was short-lived, though, as I still couldn't locate Tara anywhere. I pulled out my phone that had somehow survived my trip into hell with some battery life to spare. I was annoyed to see I had no service out here, which meant I'd have to walk a bit or try to flag down a car for a ride. Using the flashlight app on my phone, I began searching for Tara in the surrounding area. There was nothing but grass around me. After a few minutes, I was still unable to find her, and I was starting to get seriously worried. Not only was I worried for her safety, but she'd also been carrying the syringe of serum for May in her bag. I tried to calm myself. I'd felt Tara in the void with me, and I knew she was close by. After a few more minutes of fruitless shouting, I spotted a pickup truck coming around a bend in the highway. I decided to try and flag it down and ask if they could use their brights on the field so I could get a better look. Odd conversation to have with someone, but worth it to find Tara. As I started to lightly jog towards the road, a knot began to form in my stomach, and the sense of unease I felt started to grow. Soon, the wrongness of this began to fill my thoughts. Not just about Tara either. This was somehow deeper than that. I tried to shake it off and began waving my phone light at the truck. It was dark out, so they'd certainly see the bright light. To my annoyance, they didn't seem to be slowing down at all, though. In fact, they were actually going pretty fast for this windy stretch of road. This isn't right. I saw the lights of another car coming from the other direction and figured if the truck wouldn't stop, I could always try to flag that one down instead. I was still a little bit away from the road when the truck came around the bend and its headlights lit up the flat stretch of highway in front of me. My heart dropped when I spotted the unconscious form of who could only be Tara lying right in the middle of the road. The driver must not have seen her because they were still coming down the road at full speed. Not only that, but the truck seemed to be drifting within the lane ever so slightly. Holy shit, this guy was going fast. I broke into a dead sprint, wildly waving my flashlight at the oncoming vehicle, screaming my head off. I was screaming Tara's name, but still she didn't move. The sedan on the other side of the road was approaching now as well, and beginning to slow down, likely seeing Tara's body in the road. I glanced over at the car and realized something about it was vaguely familiar, like it was a small piece of a puzzle from a forgotten dream. If they could see Tara, how the hell could this asshole in the truck not? The truck was practically on top of Tara now. There was no time to drag her out of the way. The only thing I could do was run into the middle of the road and flail my light around like a madman. If I could survive murderous mutants from a hellish universe, playing chicken with a speeding pickup truck was child's play. At the last second, the driver veered sharply, and I heard the sound of brakes squealing. But it was raining, and the roads were wet and slick. Instead of regaining control, the pickup truck flew off the road and into the grassy median. It didn't stop there. The pickup truck popped out of the median onto the opposite side of the road before once again swerving. I watched on helplessly. It can't correctly account for temporal variance. Tom's words echoed through my mind, and suddenly I knew what was happening, why everything felt so screwed up right now. It was impossible, yet happening all the same. Instead of continuing in a straight path that would have dispatched him safely in the field on the other side of the highway, he turned the steering wheel again to try and stay on the highway. They left. I know. Right before the pickup truck collided head-on with the small sedan that had come to a halt, for an endless moment, its headlights lit up the inside of the car. He blew a .22, and I saw two people inside, their faces contorted into terrified screams that would haunt me for the rest of my life. My heart shattered into a million pieces as I watched their lives end. Two people that I missed very much. Two people I was certain I'd never see again. Two people whose graves I'd been visiting for the past 10 years. A chilly fog enveloped me as I stepped out of my rental car and walked up the steps of the modest diner. It'd been a while, but I remembered the place well. Papa used to take May and I here every Monday night for dinner. Getting through a Monday deserves a reward, he'd always say. I smiled at the memory. Hearing the door chime open, the same sweet 50-something waitress that was always here hurried over before leading me to a small booth. For the life of me, I couldn't remember her name until she told me it was Delilah. That's right. Delilah took my order, banana pancakes and sunny side eggs, May's favorite. She turned and took a few steps before stopping and looking back, a small smile on her face. Hun, do I know you from somewhere? You sure look familiar, she asked, slightly unsure. I scratched the thick facial hair that now covered my face, along with a few extra wrinkles. First time here, actually. I'm just passing through. Guess I just have one of those faces, I said, returning her smile. Apparently content with my answer, Delilah left to relay my order to the kitchen. She returned with my meal several minutes later, And as I sat there eating, I couldn't help but think about that night, a little over 10 years ago now. The front of the truck, much taller than my parents' small sedan, had impacted their windshield and was sitting on top of the sedan now. Pieces of glass and metal covered the area, and plumes of smoke were rising from the front of the truck. I was frozen, unable to process. The terrified faces of my parents flashing through my mind again and again. "Aaron? What happened?" I heard Tara groggily ask from behind me. She'd finally woken up. The sound of her voice finally broke me out of my paralysis. Without responding, I dashed over to the wreckage, to the passenger side where my mom had been sitting. The window was shattered, and the door was horribly bent. I peered through the opening where the window had been, and immediately wished I hadn't. I couldn't see my father due to the truck now inside the car, but my mother's body was horribly mangled, blood and exposed bones everywhere. Her head was crushed up against the side of the car, and her neck twisted at an impossible angle, so she was facing me. Her pale blue eyes that looked identical to May's were still open, but not seeing anything. I bent over and emptied my stomach onto the ground, and sobs racked my body. My eyes burned as smoke from the truck filled the air. Smoke. My heart dropped as I recalled another memory. My parents' bodies hadn't been unrecognizable due to the crash alone. No, the reason we had to have a closed casket funeral was because of the fire that came afterwards. A desperate cry escaped my lips. "Mom." I began trying to get the door open using my good arm. It was badly bent and jammed shut, and no amount of pulling would open it. I kept trying, though, unwilling to let the rest of history unfold. I removed my other arm from its sling, and despite the shooting pain it caused, I began using both arms to try to free the door. It didn't move an inch. Tara had reappeared beside me now, trying to drag me away. I pulled away from her grip and screamed for her to help me. "We have to go. This whole thing's about to go up," she yelled, urgency filling her words. I kicked the car in frustration. Smoke was burning my eyes and nostrils, and fire was beginning to dip out from beneath the hood of the truck. I grabbed what was left of the window frame and began pulling frantically. The pieces of glass still lining it dug painfully into my fingers, and blood trickled down my hands. I didn't care. "Aaron, he's unconscious, but breathing. Quick, help me get him out." I turned to look at Tara, who had opened the truck's driver's side door. "Let him burn," I said back. Tara gave me a look of disappointment before trying to move the man's body herself. I once again began trying to open the door before catching my hand on another piece of glass. A long gash opened in my palm, and I cursed. I couldn't change what was going to happen. "I'm so sorry," I whispered as smoke poured out from the sedan. It was so thick that I couldn't even see my mom's face anymore. I looked back to Tara, who had barely managed to move the man at all. Without a word, I walked over to her, and together we carried the man from his car over into the field next to the highway. I remembered him from the trial. 34-year-old Zachary Thomas. After Zachary had apparently called in the accident himself, police found him drunk and passed out in the field next to the flaming wreckage. He was on his way home from the bar. He said he'd swerved to avoid someone on the road. I remembered how his wife and kids sobbed as the judge sentenced him to 15 years.
I unceremoniously dropped his torso, prompting Tara to lose a grip on his leg. Zachary hit the ground with a thud. Tara gave me a what the hell look, to which I only responded, "He's fine." I searched his pockets and produced a flip phone. After dialing 911 and telling them the location of the accident, I hung up and dropped the phone next to him. Tara and I quickly made our way around the cars now engulfed in flames and began walking back towards the field I'd arrived in. Tara grabbed her bag from the edge of the road, and as we walked through the grass in silence, the sound of sirens filled the night. "I heard you say Mom back there. Those were your parents, weren't they?" Tara said in a concerned tone. I didn't answer. Just as we reached the tree line, my foot bumped against something which rolled a few feet away. I bent down to inspect the object and realized it was the bridge, though its milky white interior had been replaced with nothing but darkness. It looked plain now, ordinary, lifeless. 3 trips. Rage bubbled up inside of me, and I slammed it into the ground, expecting it to shatter. Instead, it did nothing but give a small bounce and remain completely unharmed. I picked it up and threw it into a nearby pine tree with every bit of force I could muster. Still, it didn't break, didn't even scratch. It just sat there, taunting me. So I tried again and again. This went on for a few minutes while Tara watched silently. I finally collapsed on the ground, exhausted and panting heavily. Tara lowered herself to the ground next to me and without a word wrapped her arms around me. I leaned into her and I wept. We stayed like that for a while, me crying, Tara holding me. Eventually, I'd ran out of tears and finally realized how freezing it was. We were both soaked from the rain, and Tara was shivering against me. "Let's go get warm," I told her as I stood up, holding out my hand to her. "I have a whole world to show you." Tara smiled and took my hand. I guess I could have tried going home or to Tom's, but Tara and I were worried about the implications of potentially creating a time paradox. So, we opted to stay away. We had nothing, which meant life was hard at first, but we made it work. We survived, and then we lived. We built a life. Tara was a skilled doctor and just overall something of a genius, and I had knowledge of the future, which led to some interesting ways to make money. We bought a house on the other side of the country, by the beach. Some days, when we sat on the sand and stared off into the ocean, I could almost forget everything that had happened. Maybe we were only victims of circumstance, but eventually we fell in love and got married. I like to think it goes deeper than that. I'm sure of it. Of course, I missed May like hell, every single day of it. But loving Tara and being loved by her made it bearable. 10 years went by, and the day finally came. I opened my safe and removed the infection-stopping serum and a few other souvenirs we'd kept safe all these years. I gave Tara a kiss, telling her I'd be back in a week. She smiled her big, beautiful smile and wished me luck. I grabbed my bag and left quickly, using the excuse of being late for the rental pickup to explain my sudden departure. The truth was, I just couldn't hold in my tears any longer. You see, as far as Tara knew, in order to preserve the timeline, I was going to wait until my younger self and Tom left for the other universe. And then I was going to sneak in and give May the injection before the ambulance arrived. That way, everything would happen as it was supposed to.
May would live, and Tara and I could continue our life together. We just keep counting from 1 to 2. That is not what I was going to do. I do truly love Tara, but thanks to me, none of this was the way it was supposed to be. I had to fix it. I decided I had to kill my younger self before I ever got the chance to set everything in motion. I'd never meet Tara, but she'd still be alive. My parents would live. May would be okay. And I should technically be fine too, right? I had to stop myself from ever counting in the first place. For the next few days, I made my way cross-country. Whenever I stop after a day's traveling, I've been writing these updates. I don't know if they'll keep existing after I'm done, but I just wanted someone else to know this story, for it to exist somewhere in the ether. It felt important. It was morning when I got to town and pulled into the hospital's parking lot. Clouds filled the sky, and I could see a fog beginning to roll over the town. Somber weather for a somber day, I guess. I sat down in the hospital room next to the sleeping old man. The cancer had progressed pretty far at this point, and I knew he wouldn't be waking up again. I laid my hand on his. "Hey, Papa. I've missed you so much," I said through tears. "You wouldn't believe the trip I've had." I watched him sleep for a while, before eventually I heard a familiar voice at the door. "Howdy. So how do you know my big brother?" I looked up to see my great-uncle, Tom, standing at the threshold with a polite smile on his face. I nervously rose to my feet, unsure of how to respond. I was good friends with his daughter. Excuse me, I was actually just leaving." I made my way for the door and stopped to look at Tom. "I'm so sorry," I said impulsively, which prompted a curious look from him. "For your loss, I mean." I gestured at my grandfather. Tom said nothing and continued to eye me. I slipped past him and reached the end of the hall before finally looking back. Tom was still standing in the doorway, staring at me and biting his cheek. Shit, had he recognized me? It didn't matter, though. I had only one place left to go at this point. May and my younger self would be getting back to town today. I remembered how I'd complained of being hungry, and May pulled into our favorite little diner. I finished my meal and stared out the window into the parking lot. Any minute now. I gripped the gun in my lap, feeling its cold metal under my fingers. I was so focused on waiting for May's car to pull in that I almost didn't notice the old man plopping himself down across from me. I looked over in confusion to see Tom sitting there, wearing a concerned look. "Call me crazy, but it seems like you might be considering something that ain't so smart," he said, with a gesture towards the gun in my lap. My jaw must have dropped because Tom just chuckled and said, "Close your mouth. You think I didn't recognize you the second I saw you, kid?" "Go home, Tom." I was staring out the window again because May's car had just pulled in. Tom clicked his tongue as he followed my gaze and saw my younger self beginning to exit the vehicle. I flipped the safety off on my gun. "Look, kid, I don't know what you think you have to do, but I do know that this ain't gonna go how you think it will. Let's go talk." Tears filled my eyes. 10 years waiting for this moment. "There's no other way," I said rather loudly, causing Delilah to jump and stare at us. "This is how I saved them. Her You! This is how I fix everything. This is how I stop the counting." Tom paused for a moment before calmly replying, "Counting? You're counting? I'm not sure exactly what kind of trouble you're in, but I have an inkling. You think you're stuck, that killing him is the only way out." Tom pointed out the window towards my younger self. When I didn't object, he continued, "But I don't think you really know what's going to happen when you shoot that poor boy out there. Maybe you think you'll stop existing. You might. On the flip side of that coin, maybe you don't. Maybe all that happens is you kill the boy and get arrested for murder. My money's on the second one, but who knows? Let's just go talk. And if you still feel this way, you can come back and kill him later." I was shaking now. I glanced desperately back out the window at May and I crossing the parking lot. We were laughing at something, and it hit me again how much I missed my sister. I clicked the safety back on. 10 years. I left with Tom out the back entrance just as we heard May greeting the waitress. We snuck around front and hopped into my car. After we drove back to Tom's house, I explained everything that had happened leading up to that point, starting from finding the journals in my basement, ending with him seeing me at the hospital an hour ago. If he was surprised at any of it, he didn't show it. He wasn't even fazed when I got to the part about Bradish shooting him. The only time he raised his eyebrows at all was when I mentioned the part about my parents. At the end of it all, he leaned back in his chair and asked if I still had the piece of his coat with the symbols on it. I did, and I produced it from my bag, handing it to him. He held it up to his face and squinted, inspecting it closely. "Couple things, kid," he began. "For one, my brother and I put Jade down a couple years ago. For another, although this here is indeed the identifier of Universe Zulu," he waved the piece of fabric in front of me, "we are not in Universe Zulu. We are in Universe Sierra." Tom pointed at the last symbol on the piece of fabric. "See, this one here is different. Has an extra line through it. Easy to mix up, I suppose. Lastly, just this year I finally fixed the issue of temporal variance with my device. Up to a decade at least." I stared at him, dumbfounded. "What?" I asked stupidly, not comprehending. Tom rolled his eyes at me and let out an exasperated sigh. "Keep up, kid. You made a typo. A really costly, awful typo. You're from Zulu, and this is Sierra. This ain't your home. Never was. I'm not your great-uncle, and that's not you that you were about to shoot back at that diner for nothing. You don't belong here." His words sank in. A typo. This was all because of a typo. One single damn typo. The last 10 years of my life were because of a typo. I began laughing uncontrollably. What a big cosmic joke my life was. I continued laughing before the insanity of it all set in, and then laughing turned into crying. Tom gave me and my antics a look of annoyance. "So, my parents in my universe? In Zulu?" I trailed off. "Oh, for God's sake, your parents were maybe killed because of another you, or maybe they were just hit by a drunk driver who swerved. Maybe that event is the divergent event between the two universes. Who knows? Who cares? Either way, just get the hell over it and move on." I gave him a sharp look. but he just sneered at me before continuing. It happened. Your parents died. My brother died. I died. People died. Some might have been your fault. Some were your fault. Some had nothing to do with you. What's happened has happened and will always have happened, and ain't nothing you gonna do ever change any of that. So stop worrying and crying about it. Get over it. Move on. And never mind that you also saved some lives. You couldn't care less. I opened my mouth to object, but Tom quickly cut me off again. Do you ever hear yourself speak? I mean, what kind of narcissistic, egotistical, self-absorbed savior complex do you got going in that mopey head of yours to actually think this whole damn thing starts and ends with you? Who the fuck are you? You, me, all of us are just redundant cogs in a vast machine that's too complex for either of us to even begin to scratch the surface of comprehending. So get over yourself. I remember Fenway's little girl too, and you mean to tell me that she married you? Smart as a whip, but she must be a real-life, bona fide God-sent angel to put up with this shit. I can't imagine why you think you're so special, but no one gets to stop counting, kid. Not you, not me, no one. The only thing you can do is keep counting, and someday, before you know it, you'll reach the end. Tom's words felt like the verbal equivalent of getting rammed by a 10-ton truck. I was completely stunned. My instinct was to argue back, to yell at him, but I couldn't move my mouth. Probably because I knew he was right. Anyways, you're completely missing the bigger point here, Tom said. I wiped tears off my face and met his eyes, which had softened considerably. I'm gonna send your whiny ass home. Tom's definitely not the type, not in this universe or the other, or for that matter, neither am I. But I couldn't help it. I threw myself into his arms and hugged him tight. I hugged him in thanks for finally freeing me from this nightmare. I hugged him to say I was sorry for what happened, even though it wasn't really him. I hugged him for all of it, and eventually, he hugged me back. Only for a moment, though, and then he shrugged me off. After that, Tom carefully calibrated his bridge so that the next time I activated it, it would take me back home to Universe Zulu moments after I initially left. I went to leave, but stopped just outside the door to thank him one more time. Good luck, kid, he said with a grin and a wink as he shut the door. So, here we are, everyone. As of right now, I'm sitting in a motel room with the bridge in my bag next to me. No way it's leaving my sight. I'm about to get a few hours of sleep before I drive the rest of the way home to Tara. Following my encounter with Tom, I called and told her everything, begging for her forgiveness. Bless my wife, because I barely even finished before she asked me when we were leaving. As soon as I'm back, if you're ready. Of course, I can't wait to finally meet May, she'd said excitedly. You'll love her, I said back. Wish me luck. If all goes well, and I have a feeling it finally will, then this will be my last update. Goodbye, people of Universe Sierra. Hang on, May. I'm coming. I'll see you soon. I promise. Hey everyone, remember to like and subscribe if you enjoyed the video, and a special thank you to the author for this amazing story. It's always kind of bittersweet when you come to the end of such a great story. Make sure to check out more of the author's work in the description. I will definitely be watching what they do next. If you'd like to support me further, there's a link to my Patreon in the description, and as always, thanks for listening.
When the woman got struck by the bus right in front of me, I didn't understand it was because I'd been rude to a waiter 10 minutes earlier. At the time, I hadn't even called myself rude at all. He'd left me without a refill for nearly 10 minutes, and all I'd said when he apologized was that sorry doesn't fill my cup. Well, that and or help your tip. But still, I thought it was a small thing, and I was irritated. And I did feel bad afterward, even left a big tip to make up for it. But in the moment that the woman left the sidewalk, only to be slammed into by the metal face of a crosstown bus, I wasn't thinking about any of that. I was thinking about the terrible, wet sound she made as she went under the wheels, the too warm spray of her blood hitting the right side of my face. As I gasped and sucked a bit of her down, I started screaming. Everyone did. It was 30 minutes before I could start absently wiping the blood off as I gave a statement to an officer. I didn't have anything to tell. I'd not even noticed the woman beside me until she stepped into oncoming traffic, and I had no idea that she might have been pushed at all, much less because of my prior sin. It wasn't until I got home and started stripping off everything that I found it. I'd almost just thrown everything away I could without getting arrested for indecency. But my coat was expensive, and I'd only had it for a year. A couple of rounds of dry cleaning might get rid of that awful... There was something in my coat's outer pocket. My first thought was an old receipt or ticket. But no, the thickness and weight was wrong. Pulling it free from my pocket, I saw it was a heavy piece of slick black paper, folded into a tight square and embossed with gold. The back, where the intersecting diamonds of folded corners were tucked together, made a beautiful tangle of gleaming scrollwork. Turning it over, I sucked in an involuntary breath. It was a pair of golden eyes. Not just the eyes themselves, but the thick, fleshy lids around them. Old, tired, pitiless eyes that stared out from the paper at me, with a look that was both weary and knowing. I chided myself for being foolish. It was just a drawing, after all. I turned the paper back over quickly, telling myself it was just to unfold it and not to get away from that gaze. Opening it up, I found the inside was a nighttime blue, glittering with lines of silver text set to mimic a small and efficient style of handwritten note. It said, "If you found this note, you've acquired a very unique companion. There are some that call them Tengu or other things, but I prefer my own name, a Sin Goblin. This Sin Goblin is always with you now, though you cannot see or hear it. It will watch you all the time, and while this may be disquieting, rest assured that it will never harm you directly. In fact, at its core,
This goblin is a very upright and moral creature, and so long as you are similarly upright and moral, you may never notice its presence at all. Unfortunately, most of us are not perfect. There may well come times where you transgress in the sin goblin's eyes, and when that occurs, there will be consequences. Not to you, as I said. It'll never harm you directly, but it will inflict punishment on others in your sight, and these punishments can be severe and cruel. You may not believe any of this, of course. In time, that will change. I offer this message as an explanation and a kindness, a small lamp for your feet as you move forward with your new friend close behind. Good luck. The note ended there. I almost threw it in the trash then and there, but something stopped me. Instead, I put it on the hallway table, stripped off my clothes, and scrubbed myself in the shower until my skin was hot and raw. I was so tired and shell-shocked that I didn't even think about the note again until the next day. It was about the time that I watched one of my friends die. We'd been coming back in from a smoke break. Me and Tony Lasco from the 3rd floor were ahead on the stairs going up, with Murray lagging behind us a few steps. We always took the stairs on smoke breaks. It was our half-joking attempt at mitigating the damage we were doing to our heart and lungs with every puff. But Murray was older and heavier than us, and it made him a bit slower on the climb back up. When Murray fell, he gave a little startled gasp, not loud, but high and strange enough that I turned back to look, just in time to see his legs going up as he pitched backward toward the concrete landing we just left. Plenty of time to see his head hit and turn as his weight and inertia drove him down, snapping his neck with a muffled popping sound, before his feet jittered for a few seconds, and then stilled. They told his wife later he died instantly, but that was a lie. We watched him gasp wetly for breath, his eyes rolling like a scared fish as he tried to understand why the world was suddenly upside down and closing in. I was wondering the same thing. Over the last 2 years, I've been responsible for 22 deaths, 18 cripplings, 5 blindings, 2 deafenings, and 1 animal attack that, well, that person's still in ICU and isn't expected to survive. For the first few days, I was in disbelief, but by the 5th accident in my proximity, I was being questioned by police as a person of interest instead of a suspect. When they started questioning my bosses at work, my job didn't last long. Not that anyone could actually say I'd done anything. All of it had either been around other people or in places with cameras that could be checked. There were times where it did look like someone had been shoved or pulled, but there was never any actual evidence that anyone had done it or touched them at all. By the time they got tired of talking to me, I'd already reached the point where I barely left my house, and when I did, it was like exiting a space capsule to gather resources on some alien and hostile world. I guarded everything I said or did, every look I gave, or tone I had when speaking. I'd practice phrases and expressions in the mirror, canned responses and requests for every scenario I thought might occur during my expeditions out into the world. I found remote work that required no real interaction beyond emails, and I'd spend hours scrutinizing every detail of a paragraph before hitting send. And for a time it worked. The horror started declining, and by 6 months, I was averaging only 1 incident every few weeks. By my first anniversary of getting the card, I was on a streak that lasted for nearly 13 months. I almost bought one of those workplace signs to hang in your office. You know, the ones that let you brag about how many days it's been since an incident. But then I thought the Sin Goblin might take offense at that, and I quickly clicked off the website. I moved to a different state in the meantime. My few remaining friends and contacts in my old town, well, I'd cut them all off out of fear of hurting them. And truth be told, they didn't seem to mind. I thought things would be easier with a fresh start, and I was right. I had my routines in place, and I remained ever vigilant. I even started to enjoy going out again, if only a little. I'd been shut away for so long, and it had been such a long time since I'd had an incident after all. I was starting to think that either I'd become a nice enough person that the goblin was satisfied, or maybe he hadn't followed me when I moved away. Then one day, I stopped in to pick up a pizza at a local place I liked. I'd called ahead, so all I had to do was politely wait my turn in line to pick up the pizza and pay. The man in front of me was being slow and annoying, fiddling with his wallet, wiping his snotty nose with his hand, and then putting in his PIN with the offending finger. Pulling out his card too fast, so he had to do it all over again. The old me would have been staring daggers at him at the least, and a snide comment to him or the cashier wouldn't have been out of bounds. Now, I just hummed as I looked around the restaurant and checked my phone for any work emails while the dude finally shuffled away, offering a parting sneeze as he headed for the door. I was saying hello to the cashier, asking how they were doing, while inwardly congratulating myself on how far I'd come in the past couple of years. In so many ways, it had been bizarre and horrifying. But maybe if I'd become a better person, some good could come from it all. Heck, maybe the little guy wasn't all that. I froze. Apologizing breathlessly to the cashier, I ran for the door, opening it as quickly as I could without risking bumping anyone or knocking a passerby outside. I looked around for the snotty man, but there was no sign of him. Heart about to burst out of my chest, I raised my voice for the first time in months. "Bless you! Bless you!" He must not have heard. Or if he did, the goblin judged it as too late. Because that night, my next-door neighbor burned to death in her bed. She lived long enough to knock a small hole through the wall into my living room. Not enough to get through, of course. Just enough for me to smell her cooking and watch as she curled up like a spent match on what was left of her bed. The next day, I took $3,000 out of my savings, and I went to a private detective I found online. I didn't tell him about the Sin Goblin, of course, but I did outline a rough timeline of 2 years of me being stalked and harassed, going all the way back to the day I got a sinister message left in my coat pocket. I tried to retrace my steps at the time, figure out when I'd gotten the goblin and from who, but it never went anywhere. I couldn't remember any strange encounters that day, and all I'd done is go to an eye appointment, rode the train across town to get lunch, and then watch that poor woman get hit by the bus. I didn't hold out a lot of hope the detective would find out anything new, and at first he didn't think he had. He told me he'd spoken to people at the eye doctor's office and the restaurant I'd eaten at, but in 2 years, memories had faded, and some staff had changed. Still, no one remembered seeing or hearing anything strange that day. Turning on his computer monitor, he took out a DVD and fumbled it into his desktop. "My last option was the train. No real chance of finding a person to talk to, but I know a guy that knows a guy," he said. "$1,000 of your money got me a copy of the security cam footage from the day you rode the train. I was afraid it was a waste, but then I saw this." Hitting play on the video, he leaned back so I could see it more clearly. It only took a moment for me to find myself, sitting on one of the aisle seats of a crowded midday train. The quickening motion outside the windows and the gentle sway of the rail handles let me know the train was starting back up after stopping at a station. As I watched, an old woman carrying several bags of what looked like groceries shuffled from the door over to my part of the car. She came to a stop in front of me, standing there expectantly, as though she thought I'd offer up my seat. For my part, that past me never even looked up from my phone. I don't remember if I truly didn't see her or just ignored her because I didn't want to get up. But after a few seconds, it didn't matter. A kid in the row behind me stood up and gave the woman his seat, even going so far as to help her put her bags in the overhead rack before finding another seat further back. I felt anger boiling in me as I stared at the small monochrome woman on the screen. Was that her? Was that it? Had she really ruined my life and destroyed all these other people because I didn't hop up to give her my seat? Gritting my teeth, I watched her like a hawk as the train rolled toward my station. She was right behind me. It'd be the simplest thing in the world for her to slip it into my coat without me noticing. The angle wasn't perfect, of course, but I felt like I'd see her at least look my way or lean forward when she did it. Instead, she just leaned back with her eyes closed as though she'd fallen asleep. The walls outside the train slowed again as it crawled up to my stop. Past me stood up, as did several others, but the old woman kept to her seat without stirring. The line of people streaming off the train started forward, the guy who'd given up his chair right behind me. It was fast and subtle, but right before I stepped across to the platform and out of the camera's view, I saw him drop the folded paper into my coat's left pocket. I looked up at the detective. "Tell me you know who he is," I said. The man smiled. "Well, kinda. I can't get any government records for the money you paid, but I was able to track down his online persona, which led me to an internet phone number. I tried it yesterday. It still works. Guy who answered sounds about like I'd expect your stalker to sound. So the question is, what do you want me to do now? I can give this stuff to cops here or there, but I doubt they'll do anything with it. Or, if you have any more money, I can keep digging on this cat and see what... Give it to me." Please," I interrupted. He frowned. "Give you what?" I forced a smile. "The number. Please give me the number." When I got to my car, I forced myself to spend 5 minutes doing breathing exercises and rehearsing what I would say if he answered. I had to be polite and cordial while also finding out what I could and trying to get him to tell me how I could get rid of the goblin once and for all. Fingers shaking, I punched in the number. He answered on the second ring.
Uh-huh.
I felt my jaw clench, but I forced myself to smile as I replied. "Hey there. Sorry to bother you, but I got your number from an associate. I know this may sound strange, but I think you may have been on a train with me a couple years ago. You let an nice elderly lady have your seat, and I was sitting in front of you. This was in..."
"Oh, so you're the guy, huh?"
I felt my face contracting into a frown. "Yes. I think you gave me an envelope. And, a new friend." There was a short bray of laughter on the other end of the line.
"Shit, yeah, I did. Shit, man. How did you track me down?"
Swallowing, I tried to keep my voice even. I paid a private detective. He found you from the camera on the train. Another chuckle.
Wow, that is like some CSI shit, right? Good for you.
The phone creaked slightly as I gripped it harder. Yeah. Thank you. I just wanted to know how to leave my new companion behind so my life can get back to normal.
Oh, so you can go back to being an asshole like the rest of us, right? I feel ya. The thing is, you can't.
What? Why? I mean, there has to be some way to get rid of it. You gave it to me, didn't you?
Yeah, that's true. But that's like my family's thing.
There was a pause, and then he spoke again, his tone more serious.
Look, man, my family got cursed with this thing like 200 years ago, right? And the only way we can get rid of it for a while is to dump it on someone else. And they can't get rid of it without, croaking. Then it comes back to us until we find another person to help us out. And that's the deal.
That's the deal? That's the deal? I was yelling now, but I didn't care. You just kill people, ruin their lives, and it's all a big joke to you.
Nuh-uh. I don't hurt anybody. It's the goblin. And he doesn't hurt people unless you mess up.
2 weeks ago, I watched my neighbor burn to death because I didn't say bless you when a guy sneezed. I thought I had the rules figured out, but I'm not perfect, and I think he's getting stricter. There was a snort on the other end of the line.
Oh yeah, he's a tricky little bastard. He starts out a bit easy going, but the longer he's with you, the more of a stickler he becomes. I had him for 4 years before I decided to sack up and pass him on. That was after I farted at dinner on accident, and then my girlfriend got mauled by a pack of dogs on the way home.
His voice got thin and watery sounding.
I know it sucks, man. And I really am kinda sorry. But hey, at least I gave you some heads up. I even made the note all fancy so you'd take it serious.
I could hear the sarcasm in my voice as I stared at the phone. Sure. Thanks for that. Now listen, you're gonna figure out how to take this thing back or I'll find you. I will find you, and I will be your own personal sin goblin until you don't have shit left. You get me? He actually sounded mildly offended when he answered.
Whoa, dude. First of all, you won't find me. I'll drop this number after this call, and I don't live in that shit city. My family's loaded, not unrelated to the curse, by the way. But for your purposes, you just need to get that you'll never find me. All you'll do is piss off the goblin and hurt more people. Is that what you want?
I started crying then. Please. I can't take it anymore. I don't want to hurt anyone else, but I want to have my life too. He sighed.
I get it. But all you have to do is don't be a dick. Okay, maybe sometimes he'll still flag you because he has some weird hang-ups, but you can figure those out. And when you make a mistake, just look at it like an act of God or something. Act of goblin, right?
I don't know that I can do that.
Well, you don't have much of a choice, bud. I can't take it back even if I wanted. Which I do not want, thank you very much. I mean, you can take the permanent way out, but I discourage that. And not just because it'll mean I have to find someone else to sick that little bastard on. Just be a good person. And try not to worry about it. How hard can that be?
He took a deep breath and went on.
Though, truth time, you were pretty aggro during this call, so you might see a bit of fallout from it. Just push past it and do better, alright?
That's easy for you to...
Oh shit, my food's here.
Then the line went dead. I went to recall the number when I saw something at the edge of my vision. It was the detective hitting the asphalt in front of my car from his 12-story fall. Retching into my mouth, I put the phone away and started heading home. It took a while. Getting everywhere takes a while now. I drive slow and careful, yielding to everyone I come across, while also trying to not go too slow or cautious that I impede those around me. It is maddening and terrifying, but also necessary. I certainly don't want to offend anyone.